Thank you. Are you out in the middle of something?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I used to be out here. The other courtroom is different. We sit right here. The jury's right there.
Every single one is different. I'm always like, which side is farther forward? I know, it's gorgeous. Mm-mm. All the tax money was from here.
Yeah. You gotta make it feel like that. Yeah, so I was hoping accessibility, right?
Beautiful here. 36, it is not.
No, I haven't been a Plymouth since last year. So.
No, okay, because I feel like that was probably the last time I saw you there. I used to work the house council over there, so I was there.
I think I remember you now. I used to be there with like Megan Matthews.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right.
34 District Court down section. I'm Oakley.
Good morning, have a seat. What's today's date, Heather?
December 20th.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Only 5 days of Christmas, Judge.
Make a note, Heather. Job evaluation for Court Officer Crova. Coming up. All right, appearances on Pernello?
Yes, sir.
Did I say it right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody start.
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. Happy to be here. Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to your staff. Alana Altler, P number 87128, on behalf of Mr. Anthony Perinello, who appears in the courtroom today. Mr. Perinello, could you please state your first and last name for the record?
Anthony Perinello.
Thank you. You can sit down. They train lawyers to jump up and talk. You don't have to do that. You're real people. You're all right. What are we going to do today?
Your Honor, we are still missing some digital discovery in this matter. We would like to set for a preliminary exam, but I didn't know if you wanted to adjourn for another PCC while we wait for that digital discovery.
I don't want to adjourn ever for anything, but let's get you an exam date.
Excellent.
With the understanding, if you still don't have your digital discovery, then you can make a motion to dismiss, and we'll see if it's anything that we really need.
Great.
24th of January.
That should work for me.
11 o'clock.
Beautiful. 87128.
And bond will be continued.
That works for us.
All right. Anything else?
Did you want me to state the missing items on the record, Your Honor?
Sure. Let's be clear.
So we are still waiting on body worn camera for Officer Perez out of Van Buren PD. He is badge number 7620. We are also still waiting for dash cam and scout footage from Mr. Perez's vehicle.
11 a.m. All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the people. Just as a quick note, Your Honor, I have made a request to the OIC to provide that digital discovery, and it has also been brought to my attention, and I'm not the first one that sent the OIC an email about the digital discovery. 2 other APAs have done the same thing. So I will continue to do honor counsel's request and make another follow-up and make sure she gets that discovery.
Okay. And just so we're clear, I'm not promising a dismissal if the discovery is not in. We're going to talk about it because we used to do exams before we had digital.
Yes,
so
of course.
Just understand.
Your Honor, would you like us to submit a proposed discovery order in this matter?
Do you need one, counsel?
Sure. If counsel can relay the missing items one more time on that order, then that would be very helpful.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Pernell, we're going to get you a written notice for that data. You got it? There you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, counselor.
In this room, 124 before 11 o'clock. Got it? Okay. Good luck. Thank you.
Are we ready on Kadeem?
We are, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, counsel.
Robin Persicone.
Are you related to the builders?
I am.
My father was a big fan of Gino's.
Oh, yeah, he was a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful man. My husband's family, but yes, here.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Your Honor. Robin Persicone, P64557, on behalf of the defendant, Adil Kadeem, who is standing to my left.
And Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
What do we got?
Your Honor, at this time, the people are dismissing the original offense of failing to report an accident, and Mr. Dam is prepared to plead responsible to the civil infraction of double parking.
Was there any agreed upon fine amount?
No, there was not.
All right.
I would let the
Go
court. Okay. If I may, Your Honor,
Yeah.
I would just let the court know he has an excellent driving record, absolutely no prior criminal history. I've spoken to him about the situation. He understands next time, you know, what to do if something like this should arise. I don't think you'll ever be seeing him again.
Yeah, if he was an experienced accident driver, he'd probably know what to do.
This is true. This is true.
Okay, so that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, is this the way you want to resolve this today, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, fines the cost $250. Can we pay that today?
Yes.
All right, anything else?
Nothing from the people. Your Honor.
Misdemeanors dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Merry
You
Christmas.
have
folks.
you Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry
The court is gorgeous, by the way.
Mark, spotted. Appearances on Martin.
Ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Martin, you can hear us okay? You can hear us okay? Who's a Division One?
That's Charles Campbell.
Uh,
This guy was at MDOC.
okay, Mr. Cripps, it appears that we've lost MDOC's video.
Huh. Yeah, Judge, I was just in a breakout room with him. I don't know what happened.
Maybe he's stuck in a
No,
breakout.
I just looked, he's not in there.
No, he's not in the breakout. We lost him. Are we doing something that we need Mr. Martin for today? If we do, we'll have to wait and get him back.
They're making a reduced plea offer to a misdemeanor
Yeah.
that he's willing to take. I guess we could set it for another date. He's doing a prison
I'd
sentence.
rather not. If you've got him in it, let's see if we can get a hold of MDOC and see if we can get him back on. Can you make it?
Okay.
I.
Uh,
That's fine, I took the phone from.
Well,
Yeah, if we got a
okay.
chance to put one to bed, let's do it.
All right.
All right, so just give us a minute. We'll make a phone call and see what we can make happen.
Can you give me 5 minutes to move from my car to my office?
Yeah. You got all of that. Go ahead.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. You got a file ready?
Yes, Judge.
Lucas. Appearances on Lucas.
Good morning, Your Honor, Patricia Mandernick. For the people, P84088. And good morning, Your Honor, may it please the court, Lana Belcher on behalf of Ms. Stephanie Lucas. Ma'am, state your name.
Stephanie Lynn O.G. Lucas.
Thank you. Close the door if you're talking.
Your Honor, I
Ladies?
did have an opportunity to meet with my client this morning. She indicated that she's in the process of retaining counsel of Kevin Burton. She's requesting the court set this matter for another pretrial date so that she has an opportunity to retain counsel.
All right. December 27, January 3, January 10.
Which one? Let's do January 3.
And let's call it 9:45. That'll be with Judge Green on Zoom.
Thank you, Judge. And
You're
I
welcome.
just wanted to address bond briefly.
All right, let's see what we've got for bond. Looks like 5,000 PR. No contact with Derek Lucas. Do not return to an address on Martinsville. And I think that's it.
Yes, Judge. I
Okay.
would just ask the court to reiterate and emphasize the importance of the no contact order. Complaining witness contacted us and indicated that that defendant is contacting him, telling him that she is going to come back to the house today after the court hearing.
Okay. No contact, no phone calls, don't have friends calling. You see him at Burger King, you eat Taco Bell, just forget the guy exists for a while.
Okay,
Understood?
and, he does have my property and my dog and. my
Understood.
family
Do you understand what I said, ma'am?
Yeah, I will contact.
The rest of that stuff has nothing to do with the criminal case.
Yeah, okay.
So
And
it
if she-
sucks, but it is what it is.
He's been contacting me as well.
I don't have any control over him because he's not a defendant.
Okay.
So he contacts you, you hang up.
And Your Honor, I don't know if it's been facilitated with the police department, but if her items are in that home, I would ask for civil standby so that she can obtain her personal belongings.
Have you done that once?
One time, but I don't have enough things. Because that was.
If the department will go back with you one time, but they're not gonna mediate, if he says that's mine and you say it's mine, they're not mediating, it's staying where it's
That's
at.
fine. I just need more clothes and belongings.
I doubt if he's gonna claim your clothes, so
Yeah,
you
I
should be
can
safe there.
get that after the third. It's not
Okay.
urgent.
I'm okay with you going back with a civil standby if the department will give you two,
Okay, I'm not sure if they will, but I.
I
can
don't
check
either.
with Van Buren Township.
okay? Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Judge.
9:45. You can hold anybody down there?
I gave it to Michelle.
Ma'am.
Okay.
I'll get you.
Why are you guys sitting there instead of working?
Oh, they called me in.
I don't want you. I want you guys out there working. Send me files. Why did they think I wanted them in here? Oh, that could be. The Martin case?
Yes.
Did they give me a plea agreement for that?
I'm sorry?
You're welcome. You as well.
Mr. Campbell, we're looking for your attorney. We're trying to find him.
Mr. Cole's attorney available? I can flip.
Actually logging on right this second. As
You want
you
me to
said
switch
that.
them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Switch. Pay attention. Already told you about the jobs.
Who's Michelle get lined up?
Crystal, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room
Hey.
with Mr. Kolk, okay?
Thank you so much, because I am on my cell phone. I appreciate it. Good morning, Deputy Pravanchi.
Morning, Mr. Nader. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much. I hope you're well also.
Good morning, good morning.
You're not in the breakout room yet.
Do we have interpreters for this one? Wow. That's right. I'm getting that confused with another one. Yeah, that was just, they were all high school kids and shortly after high school.
Oh, that's so nice.
We ready on call?
Yeah, we can talk about. Yeah.
That makes it all. Yeah, because this is the one I didn't sign.
Welcome back, Mr. Martin. Just Heather, do I need to put him back in with Mr. Cripps?
I don't think so. We just need to
Okay.
get Mr. Cripps back online.
And,
And do we know which prosecutor that is?
I think it's gonna be more.
Could you check that, Joe? We need a prosecutor on the Clyde Martin. They're pleading to a misdemeanor. Mr. Martin, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Yes,
we're just
Sean.
waiting for Mr. Cripps to get back online.
All right, thanks.
There's no.
And Mr. Mohammed, are you representing the people on the Clyde Martin file?
I am, Judge.
Okay, we lost Mr. Cripps for just a minute. Mr. Cripps told me that there was going to be a plea to a misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Potentially, Judge, he's gonna discuss it with his client.
Okay, okay. Maybe we do need a breakout then, Michelle.
And then they came out.
Okay,
And then we lost the
okay.
client.
Okay. What was that misdemeanor charge, Mr. Mohammed?
So it was possession, which is a 2-year felony, and we were gonna potentially do attempt. He'd plead guilty to attempt.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Give me a statute number on that if you have it handy. Okay, we got it. We got it, Ms. Mohammed.
Okay,
Well, actually, they're charging him under 333.7408A.
And then we would do another thing.
Oh, in parentheses, A.
Yeah. That we said we were reducing that.
Yeah. Come on, Mr. Cripps. Okay, okay. The one we talked about yesterday.
Michelle, I'm gonna make you host if you can make me co-host, please.
Mr. Cripps, are you out there? Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Cripps, appearances for the People versus Martin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Appearance, Mr. Cripps? Just lost him. Cripps just got in and shut himself off trying to unmute. Mr. Murray, who you got?
Well, I've got Jerry Stevens, Your Honor. That's actually set for 11:30, but based on what I believe is the disposition, maybe we can do it earlier, so that would be elsewhere.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. Mr. Cripps, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of my client Clyde Martin. No objection to Zoom appearance by Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I understand Mr. Martin is going to avail himself of the plea from the people to an attempt possession.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Martin, have you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Cripps?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand your rights and options?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the possible penalty for the added charge of attempt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to that charge today freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cripps, would you like to voir dire and give me the factual basis I need?
Thank you, Judge. Could you give me the date of defense, Your Honor?
Absolutely. Incident date was May 10, 2016.
Mr. Martin, back on May 10th, 2016, do you remember being in the city of Romulus?
Would have been Van Buren Township, Counselor.
City of Van Buren Township, County of Wayne, State of Michigan?
Yes.
And Mr. Martin, on that day and on that location, did you have in your possession some pills known as hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did you knowingly possess those narcotics?
Yes.
Did you have a valid prescription from a doctor to possess those narcotics?
No.
So you knew you were in unlawful possession of those pills. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
I can't think of any further things to ask him, Your Honor.
Mr. Mohammed, are you satisfied with the factual basis?
Yes.
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
So is the court. I'll dismiss the original felony charge. Any reason we cannot sentence today, Mr. Cripps?
No reason whatsoever, Your Honor.
What would you like me to consider?
My client is serving a sentence in the Michigan Department of Corrections for retail fraud degree, in which he received a sentence of 13 months to 10 years, Michigan Department of Corrections. He was sentenced, I believe, on October 25th, 2023. So he's just starting that sentence, essentially. He's 68 years old. He's got some medical issues that he's dealing with in the Department of Corrections. This case in front of you is from a while ago. So, Judge, we're asking if you consider maybe a fine and some costs and fees because he's incarcerated. I have nothing further to add.
How about some concurrent time? Because I don't like those less fines and costs just to hear myself talk. And if he's in custody, he's probably not going to pay it.
I guess you could give him some jail time. That would be concurrent.
Just run it concurrent.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Mohammed, any position from the people?
No, Judge, we'll leave this to your discretion.
Thank you. And Mr. Martin, is there anything you want me to know or consider before I sentence you today, sir?
No, Your Honor. I'm just apologize about the everything that I'm taking to court.
All right. I'm going to sentence you to 90 days in jail concurrent with the sentence you're already in. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for the offer.
You got it. Thank you.
We'll see you later, Mr. Cripps.
Thank you, Judge. See you soon.
And Mr. Kerry, what do you got?
Good morning, Judge Oakley. This is Devin Thomas.
Thomas.
How you doing, Judge?
Wonderful. Who's prosecuting on Thomas?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. And gentlemen, what are we doing?
Good morning, Judge Oakley. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Kerry Martin, P84592. Hearing on behalf of Mr. Devin Thomas. Mr. Thomas, state your name.
Devin Martise Rudy Thomas.
And today we are just asking for an additional PCC. I've spoken with Mr. Kwinski, who is not yet in receipt of digital discovery. It sounds like the OIC is retired. So we may need a little time, maybe into the new year.
All right, pick a Wednesday, fellas.
I could do Wednesday the 3rd with Judge Green.
That's all right with prosecution?
That's all right, yes. January 3rd on Wednesday.
Let's do it at 10 a.m.
It's a PCC. It's a jury.
All right, so that's with Judge Green by Zoom. Sure, we'll get you a written notice.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. You got something?
Yes, Judge, I have Christian Harris.
I'm sorry, last name?
Harris.
Harris?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Harris, come on up. Ms. Belcher, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher on behalf of Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, please state your name.
Christian Harris.
Good morning.
Judge Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
And what do we got?
Your Honor, this is a driving while license suspended charge. I did have an opportunity to meet with the prosecutor. My understanding is that the people will be dismissing this matter and the defense has no objection.
All right, what about count 1 felony?
Yeah, so Judge, we're gonna be dismissing this misdemeanor because we're gonna be reissuing the
Is that-
case.
This is the one we had.
The other ones are dismissed.
Okay,
So
all right,
the-
so count 1's already been dismissed?
Yeah, it's been dismissed, and so we're dismissing this because we are reissuing the case.
All right. All right. Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, as far as the dismissal goes for the driving while license suspended, no objection to that dismissal, but I believe the counsel on the prior felony case would like to state something to the court.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge Oakley, Neighborhood Defender Service, Kerry Martin, P84592. On behalf of Mr. Christian Harris, I was the counsel on the felony count, which was already refiled. That has been dismissed twice now. And since the most recent dismissal, we submitted to Judge Martin an order for return of property.
Okay.
And I've been in contact with Belleville Police Department with Chief Fall, who is resistant to returning the property in question, which is cash and the amount of over $2,000.
If that's in front of Judge Martin, deal with Judge Martin.
Judge Martin did kind of kick the can to you and say, address this with Judge Oakley today. I have an email.
Let
from
me see the order.
Well, I can submit the order to you momentarily.
Okay.
And
Let's have a hearing.
And just for the record.
What's the property?
It's $1,700 cash that was recovered on the individual, and we believe it's evidence of the crime, so we will be.
The crime you've dismissed twice?
A crime that was dismissed after argument and exam. We held the exam and Judge Martin found that there was no probable cause of delivery and manufacture.
What
This is
happened?
a May 2021.
What happened the first time it was dismissed?
That it was dismissed because there was no discovery provided and officers were not there, and Ms. Yufufi dismissed it.
I'll sign the order.
And Judge, it's gonna be reissued as a possession.
I can't stop you because if I could, I would. I mean,
So
I don't know why your office continues to waste resources on cases they can't successfully prosecute, but
Great question.
I know that's not your call. So reissue, that's people's option.
Thank you. I'll send you the order.
Okay.
In just a few minutes.
Thank you. Oh. Counselors, Mr. Harris has some other stuff here. He's got, you know what? I'm glad I'm releasing the 1,700 because you owe us 1,800. So let's take care of your business.
Yes, Judge, I'll send them down to the clerk to make a payment arrangement.
An aggressive payment arrangement because he's getting $1,700 back.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we have Miss Medina with Mr. Kolk.
I am ready. Counsel, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack with People, P84088.
And good morning, Your Honor. Crystal Marie Medina on behalf of Mr. Polk. Your Honor, I am standing in for his attorney of record, Mr. Daniel Batar, with his permission. Is that correct, Mr. Polk?
Yes, ma'am, and good morning, Your Honor.
And would you
Good morning,
please state
Mr.
your full
Polk.
name for the record, sir?
Brandon Kolk.
And what are we doing, Ms. Medina?
Your Honor, sorry. At this time, this matter was scheduled for a final pretrial. My understanding is the complainant has not appeared and the complainant is not, I don't think there's any expectation that the complainant is going to appear. The people have filed the notice to try to proceed without the complainant, Your Honor. We would move to have this matter dismissed at this time. Your Honor, because we believe that our client has the right to confront the accused in this case. My understanding is that there's no independent witness of what may or may not have happened in this incident, Your Honor.
Mr. Internet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Your Honor, in this case, the people did file a notice of intent to proceed without the complaining witness. In that notice, I did include an offer of proof, including specific items of evidence that I anticipate using at trial if complaining witness doesn't appear. Additionally, we intend to exhaust all of the procedures to find the complaining witness for trial so that we can have her declared unavailable under the Michigan Rules of Evidence if necessary. A couple, I'm not going to read the court my motion, but just to summarize, the people have certified copies of medical records that we anticipate, that I'm still waiting on a response to the subpoena for, but I will provide a defense counsel documenting injuries to the complaining witness. Those would be admissible under MRE 8034 and MRE 8036. Additionally, Your Honor, I have filed a notice of intent to introduce statements made by a domestic violence victim to police officers responding to the scene pursuant to MCL 768.27C. So that would be additional testimony. Complaining witness did provide a written statement. Additionally, Your Honor, there was an independent witness, Mr. Gregory Fields, who was the attendant at the rest area, who allegedly observed complaining witness crawl into the lobby of the rest area on her hands and knees with defendant behind her acting quote unquote agitated. So in this case, I do believe that we can proceed without the complaining witness.
All right, Ms. Medina, doesn't the statute 768.27C allow exactly what the people are requesting?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, these are all things that are, I believe, speculative at this time. They're indicating that they hope to obtain medical records in the future, that they hope to present, Your Honor. They're saying that this witness is alleged to have witnessed her coming into the rest stop, Your Honor. However, that's not any indication that they witnessed any type of assault on our client's part, Your Honor. I would indicate that at this time, they're not able to proceed and that they could reissue at a later date if they do have all of these things that they claim that they're going to have in line. They're saying they want to proceed now without the complainant, but they don't have the medical records that they're indicating they intend to produce in the future. They have a lot of plans, Your Honor, but at this time, there's a complainant that is unwilling to appear. My client has a right to confront his accuser, Your Honor, and I would ask that the court dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Any response?
Your Honor, in this case, we do have a written statement from the independent witness, Gregory Fields. We have the statements by the police officers. I don't think it's speculative as to what they're going to testify to because it is outlined in the police report. Regarding the medical records, the only reason I am still waiting on those is because I have to give the hospital or the records department of the hospital a certain amount of days to produce the certified copies of medical records.
Okay. Ms. Medina, I think there's a lot of speculation here, but that's not unusual. Let's pick a trial date and move it forward.
Yeah, sir, we will address the bond. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Do you need to speak to your client in a breakout room so you can decide what kind of trial or what bond argument you're going to make?
Your Honor, in speaking with Mr. Batar, I would ask if there was any way that we could set this for one final pretrial, Your Honor, and I would like to address bond.
Why set it for another final pretrial? The people are gonna take the same position if the complainant doesn't show up.
Understood, Your Honor. I think it was just more so with regards to dates and scheduling that on Mr. Bitar's behalf, but I could just speak with him, and if you give me a moment with the client, we could go back on the record.
Yeah, I'd like to take care of it today, get a trial date set up if we could, just because the guy's in custody. If we can't, if he needs to speak to Mr. Bitar, then we'll make accommodations for another date. So let's get you in a breakout room and see where we go.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel. What's ready, Joe? I'm ready on
Judge,
Stevens.
we have everybody on
Go ahead,
Meadows
Michelle.
too. We have everybody on Meadows too.
Thank you. Appearances on Lomanak.
Yeah.
I've got Mr. Kuchar also, whenever it comes.
Hold on, Stevens is a dismissal?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Let's do that one first.
Take it easy.
That'll be next time.
Appearances on Stevens.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. James W. Murray, P48047. I represent Jerry Stevens.
Good morning.
Your Honor, at this time, this case is set for a preliminary exam at 11:30 this morning. I spoke with complaining witness. She is unwilling to appear in court. I am unable to proceed without her.
And motion from the defense.
To dismiss, Your Honor, please.
All right, and have you or will you explain without prejudice to your client?
I certainly have quite clearly.
All right, and we've got a cash bond, 90% of that will come back to the poster. Case dismissed without.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Your
You're
Honor.
welcome. Appearances on Lisa Meadows.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marissa Voiles, P86438, on behalf of Lisa Meadows.
Morning, counsel. Ms. Meadows, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
And, yep, loud and clear. Who's the prosecutor on this one?
Your Honor, I'll be prosecuting this one. Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
Thank you, Mr. Kowinski. What are we doing?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we are going to be waiving the preliminary exam today and asking this matter be bound over to circuit court.
Thank you. Ms. Meadows, did you discuss your rights and options with counsel?
Yes, sir.
You understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
Yes.
You understand if I enter a waiver today, that means this file is going to go downtown. Your next court date will be at the circuit court level, no longer at the district court level.
Yes.
And understanding all of that, are you waiving this exam freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Counselors, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
2 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor, if you didn't hear that.
Got it. So that would be third. January 3rd is the AOI date, arraignment on information. That'll be at 9 a.m. Anything as to bond, counselors?
No, Your Honor, we would just ask bond to continue at this point.
And nothing from the people, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, bond is continued. Ms. Meadows, good luck downtown.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, counsel. I am ready on Lomanak.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Ms. Medina.
Sorry, if I could just have a breakout room with Mr. Koch so I could discuss
I
what
put you
form of
in there. I did put you
Oh.
in there. Well, I don't
All
know
right,
how
then-
you're out here.
Let me join it again. Okay, thank you.
All right, on Lomanak.
Step up, sir. I let the prosecutor go.
Appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the people, P84448.
Edward Zelenak for the defendant, Mr. Lomanak. State your name.
Jeffrey Lomanak, Sr. Good morning.
Call my bar number? No, I mean, you have it.
No, I don't want to make you remember. Go ahead.
It's in Roman numerals, Judge. So.
What do we got?
Your Honor, it's scheduled, unless the prosecutor wants to speak. I asked that we get a continuance of the PCC for one reason, that we've reviewed the video today. I couldn't open it after we adjourned the last one. And I think the prosecution, when they evaluate it, might determine there's a better charge than what's before the court, rather than burden the court with a preliminary exam, which would be a first for me in 46 years of practicing law here, that I'd like them to look at it. Perhaps they'll come to a greater sense, and I'm not blaming the prosecutor. It's not his fault. It was someone else who charged.
How much time we need?
Whatever, 2 weeks doesn't work. That's the problem. Otherwise, I'd waive and do it downtown, Judge.
Whatever is good for a defense counsel can work.
Any Wednesday works for us.
How is 3 weeks? Is that asking too much, Judge, for an adjourned PCC?
Not as long as both
I'm gonna
sides
do it on my
agree.
next case too. Is that right?
No, that'll be January 10.
That would work with me,
If-
Judge.
as long as nobody-
It works with the prosecutor.
Yes,
Nobody
it
objects.
definitely works with the people.
Good for you, sir?
Yes.
All right.
He doesn't have any choice, Judge.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna go till January 10. That's gonna be with Judge Martin on Zoom, 8:45.
We come in person.
You can come, but you'll still be standing in front of a computer.
Well, Judge, when, I don't want to judge shop because I love Judge Martin. When are you here next? I like coming in person, and that Zoom thing doesn't work out right, particularly if council and I work
24th.
something out that day.
January 24th.
That's good. January 24th? Is that right with you?
January 24th for your client, yes.
Time?
8:45 will be here.
Okay.
8:30 they'll be here, Brian.
Okay.
Sorry to burden you with this, Your Honor, but I'm
That's-
certainly hoping you want to spare the court.
I want all the work I can get live too, so
That's,
it fits.
thank you, and
All right.
I know I'll be working next year. That's the good news. Bond continued, Your
That's a
Honor.
good thing. We'll get you a piece of paper that has enough date and time on it. for you.
Have a seat there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, Michelle, you got anything ready?
I have one ready. I have another one. but-
I'm here.
What's the name?
Kuchar. It's
Yeah,
in
Mr.
my-
Kuchar with
Riggins,
a
your
C or a
client
K?
is in the
C.
breakout room, his video camera,
Benjamin?
so we have to wait a
With a
minute.
C, so you can-
Appearances for
Yeah.
Kuchar.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Edward Zelenak for the defendant, P27611. Give your name, Mr. Kuchar.
Benjamin Couture. Good morning.
Your Honor, he was arraigned last week and the court permitted him to go out of town for work. He's back in town. We picked up the discovery. It's 110 pages. We would like the opportunity to review. And I don't want to overburden the prosecutor because there might likely be a waiver once we review the evidence. What's the chance of coming back on Wednesday, 24th of January, 2024 at 8:45 a.m.?
Done.
There will not be an exam held. I just need the defendant to carefully evaluate all of the evidence that was presented.
Understood.
I don't anticipate it being resolved here, nor can we burden the court with an exam, but he has a fundamental right. I picked up the discovery and it's lengthy to review
Sure.
it. And I don't want to overburden the court with my dribble here. Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem at all. We'll get you a notice for that date on January 24th. Sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Step outside. Thank you, counsel.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Zolnut.
Yes, you.
I'm gonna pronounce it Bacchus.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good
How
to
have you
see
been?
I'm doing well, Your Honor.
It's been too long since I've seen you.
Yes, this is my first time in your building.
Is it really?
I can't believe it, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it was well needed, you know?
It
you know,
was.
I spent a lot of time at that other course, and it was a little crowded.
You spent a lot of time there when we were busier than busy.
That's right.
Yeah.
But Judge, it's excellent to be in your courtroom, it really is. Robert Mullen on behalf of the defendant to my right, Mr. Bacchus.
Mohammed on behalf of the people.
Thank you. And what are we doing today?
I'm setting this for a preliminary exam, Your Honor. I'll work with the court schedule.
January 24, January 31?
I think either one of them will be good. Let me just correspond that. I'm glad it's not the first 2 weeks. I do have, how about the 31st, Your Honor? That's an open date.
Sure.
And I plan on holding, so.
11:30?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming bond will be continued? No objections?
No objection.
All right, we'll get you a notice, Mr. Bacchus, right? Bacchus. We'll get you a notice.
Thanks a lot, Your Honor.
You're
Great
welcome.
to see you. Have a Merry
Same
Christmas and
here.
happy
Look
holidays.
forward to seeing you at the end of January.
Yes, sir.
Got something?
Yes, Judge.
Name?
Kirschwana, 915.
Oh, thank you. Come on up. Ladies, appearances for Kirschwana.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P80177 on behalf of the defendant, sir, state your name.
Shwani Prashant.
Krishana? Did I get it right? Krishana? Okay.
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, I did receive 2 links for discovery yesterday, one containing paper, one containing digital. At this point in time, I'm requesting that the court set this matter for a final pretrial with the complaining witness to appear.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
How far out you want to go?
Your Honor, I can do later in the morning on January 3rd or the following week.
Your Honor, the following week would be better just so that I have time to contact the complaining witness.
So January 10, that's Judge Martin by Zoom, 9:30?
Yes, Judge.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Mr. Krishana, we're gonna get you a paper notice. Also, Mr. Krishana, it looks like we've got a speeding ticket from 2022 out of Van Buren Township. Our file shows you owe $240. Are you in a position to set up a payment plan on that?
So I was gonna talk to you about that. So I got basically terminated from my employment at Applebee's when I was arraigned, I was arrested, right? So it was no call, no show. Right now, I don't have an appointment.
Okay.
If you can give me the next time, you said this meeting's gonna be in 2 weeks.
Yeah. You don't have to make a payment today. I just need you to get something on paper.
100%.
So if you can commit to X number of dollars per month, start at January or February of 24.
That's perfect.
Okay, go downstairs, set that up. You'll walk out with a paper plan.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck with the job hunt.
Judge, we have Miss Medina back with Mr. Kolk.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Medina, still on the record with Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, when asked earlier why we would want to set this for a final pretrial, to honestly, Your Honor, I also forgot to mention the fact that at this time, the people have not yet made an offer in this case. So my client has not been made an offer. He has not considered an offer. I think that's something that Ms. Mandernack intends to do in the near future, Your Honor. And so I would ask the court to consider a final pretrial on this matter, given that he hasn't considered any potential resolution.
All right, so final pretrial as in complainant needs to be here, or just final pretrial so we can get another shot at this before we decide where we're going?
Your Honor, I would ask for just another final since we've already had the final
The
pretrial.
complainant wasn't here today and the people are still trying to move forward. So can we just do a pretrial without requiring the complainant to be here? Okay. So how soon can we do that?
January 3rd works for the people, Judge.
Ms. Medina, next week or 2 weeks?
January
The
3rd,
third?
Your Honor, and that would be in person with Your Honor?
No, Judge Green on the 3rd Zoom.
Okay, Your Honor, I will let Mr. Bitar know. That should work.
We're still gonna do that early because he's in custody.
Yeah.
All right, so that'll be at 8:30 because Mr. Kolk is in custody.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Kolk, you're welcome. Mr. Kolk, any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would like to address bond if possible.
Okay, let's make sure we're all on the same page. Let me look at the paperwork. Looks like we're at a 5,000, 10%. No contact with Stephanie Slocum, and I think that's it, other than the standards.
That's correct, Your Honor. Defendant does have another case out of the Third Circuit Court in front of Judge McCarthy, where he currently has a in which he is charged with 1 count of resisting and obstructing, 1 count of domestic violence, where he has a $25,000 cash bond.
Okay. All right, Ms. Medina, what's the argument?
Your Honor, my client indicates that this is the only thing keeping him in custody. He has been in custody for approximately 30 days. According to him, he has a personal bond, Your Honor, on his other pending matter. He indicates that he would be able to stay with his mother in Gibraltar while this matter is pending. He indicates he understands he is to have no contact with the complainant in this case, and that he will appear in court, Your Honor. At this time, again, I think he's been incarcerated for 30 days. My understanding is that he turned himself in.
All right. Mr. Kolk, is mom's address the 29311 South Gibraltar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Regarding the bond in the case in front of Judge McCarthy of the Third Circuit Court, I do have a copy of the order for bond from 12/8 specifying that it's a $25,000 cash bond. I have nothing indicating that that's a personal bond.
Okay. Anything else as to this bond?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay. right, Mr. Kolk, I'm gonna put you out on a 5,000 personal. The no contact stays the same. With a good address at mom's, he should be able to get a GPS tether, Miss Medina.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, I would be hopeful that him having his mom's address, he would be able to do that.
All right. So this will be GPS tether for location, not curfew. Any clarification necessary regarding bond?
No, Your
Nothing from the
Honor.
people, Your Honor.
Good luck, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Riggins, are you ready?
No, he hasn't talked to his client yet because he's at the Wayne County Jail that Ms.
Thank you.
Medina was talking.
I have Mr. House.
And
Dennis House.
Just hold on, Ms. Medina. So I'm going to put Wayne County Jail in with Mr. Riggins right now.
All right, got it.
and I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
And I.
You can sit down, sir. You're fine. You're fine. Counsel, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194 for Dennis House. Who's sitting right there. Dennis, please state your name for Judge Oakley, the prosecutor, and her staff.
My name is Dennis Michael Howell.
Thank you, Mr. House.
Your Honor,
Mohammed on behalf of the people.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for an adjournment on this matter. I spoke to Prosecutor Mohammed. I'm going to do a deviation letter. My client recently lost his foot, and I just found out some medical issues. If it's possible, if he could appear on Zoom as opposed to coming, I could come in person if you need me, Judge.
Sure.
But anything I can do to make this life easier.
Let's see how far out we put it.
Okay.
How much time we need to get the process started?
You have to turn around this, should it be a while or not? He's not.
Let's do 3 weeks at least.
All right, so that'll be January 10th. That's with Judge Martin by Zoom anyhow.
That's fine, Judge. Thank you.
We're just adjourning it. House, yeah, I'm sorry.
Did they 8:45, Your Honor?
On the 10th, yeah. Mr. House, January 10, 8:45.
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if we reach a resolution on a misdemeanor, I don't know if you'll be the sentencing judge. Should we reach out to your staff if it comes earlier?
It depends on who you enter to.
Okay, no
so if you do it on the 10th, you'll be in front of good mark.
Okay, have a good holiday, sir.
You as well. All right, we'll get a paper notice from Mr. House. You got something?
Yes, I'm on Ms. Japanga.
Japanga.
Hearing by Zoom.
And Ms. Japanga, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Gentlemen, your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Good morning, Judge Oakley. Good morning to the staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592. Appearing on behalf of Ms. Michelle Japanga, who appears by Zoom with the court's permission. Ms. Japanga, state your full name.
Thank you. Did he come through?
With the discovery? Not entirely. So I have it from Mr. Mohammed that he did come through in the sense that he followed up with the OIC and got a response from the OIC saying that we have a dash cam video, we have a 911 call. I'm now in receipt of those.
Okay.
There's no body worn camera preserved from this incident.
Okay.
And that's really the only thing I was looking for. This is a case where officers were responding to a medical emergency.
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Overdose.
Yeah.
So I just think without body cam, that puts Ms. Japanga at an inherent disadvantage going forward in this case. Because that is a legal defense that it was a response to a medical emergency. So if they're trying to proceed and we don't have the evidence of the state she was in that should have been preserved on body cam, how can we fairly go forward when we have it in this message from the OIC that body cam should have been worn and activated during that time, but there was an issue with the system and it got lost? I mean, that's evidence that should have been in the government's possession that due to the fault of the government and not Ms. Japanga no longer exists. So I would ask for dismissal at this time.
Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, Judge. So we did turn over 2 pieces of digital. It was the 911, which was available, and the dash cam, which was also available. It was sent to Mr. Carey, as he stated. There is no body worn camera for whatever reason. It just doesn't exist. If we had it, we would turn it over. But the police department sent us through an email that they don't have it. So we can't turn over something that doesn't exist. So at this time, we've turned over everything we have. And from my understanding of the rules of evidence, that's the burden that we
Yeah.
have to meet.
And I'm the wrong guy to ask because I'm old enough to remember when we did exams before anybody even knew the word digital. So let's set an exam. I'm not going to grant your motion.
Very well, Judge.
I'm looking at the 24th or the 31st right now, Council. January, I'm sorry. Mr. Pinga had some transportation issues or something, didn't she?
She doesn't drive. She's epileptic. She can't. She
Okay.
does not have a license.
All right.
And
Well,
I
she's
think
gonna
we
have to
could
get her for
arrange
the exam.
something for.
Yeah, she'll have to get her for the exam.
Let's do the 31st, Judge.
12 noon, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Ms. Japanga, would your transportation issue be any less of a problem if we did it at 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock? Or doesn't it matter?
Whatever is best for your honor.
Okay,
12 is fine.
all right, we're gonna do it at 12 noon, ma'am.
Okay, yes, your honor.
And I will continue bond. Anything else?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Japanga, enjoy your day. Do you have any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
Not.
If you can call me, Mr. Penga, and I will follow up with you before January 31st.
Did they arrange her already?
Have a good day, ma'am.
Well, no, my question is, if she arranged the Zoom, what she did. Okay. Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Quick question procedurally though.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
somebody with a distribution charge in California, and they just found out about their warrant, and it's this court. Can they possibly Zoom arraign? I just talked to the.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't want the warrant sticking out there, but I didn't need them to fly back yet, so I told the
No,
prosecutor.
we can, yeah. Matter of fact, who should he talk to set that up downstairs?
Me. He would have to send, I just need your appearance, and then I can just call you and we can schedule a date.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
She didn't retain yet, but I'm trying to tell her procedurally what to do. I'll talk to her
If
today.
she hasn't retained yet, then she just needs to contact us. I would send out for her court-appointed attorney form, but I would still set it up. So just have her contact me. Okay. Because then
No, try to have her retain you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have your email?
I will give you my phone number.
Michelle, you got anything ready?
I'm working on it. Judge, did we already do the case that, for Ed Zelnick Couture? Cause
We
I
did.
see the APA's on here. Miss Johnson's here now. What did we do on it?
January 24th, PCC.
We adjourned the PCC to January 24th at 8:45, I think.
Yes.
Did you hear that, Miss Johnson?
January 24th at 8:45?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a good day and a good holiday.
Thanks, you too.
All right, that's live in case you didn't hear that, Council.
Oh, live.
On the
Okay.
24th. Thank you. Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
day.
You too.
Miss Medina, can I put you in with Miss Kirk?
Yes, yes, you may. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry about
welcome.
that discrepancy earlier.
No, you're okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
They have very unique, they try to, change the spelling differently. I never, ever.
It actually looks like it's like Scottish or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
And maybe it is, I don't know,
When I saw that,
maybe
I
there's different
just
spellings for
correctly
that.
stopped laughing.
So do you know how to find that? Susie posted something on it. Facebook.
No, I don't even know how to do it. Like, I thought when it goes, and you can't even find it. Mm-hmm. Aww.
Lots of attorneys, lots of clients for that prosecution.
So Joe,
Yes.
my wife posted something on her Facebook.
Okay, so roll it down. How long, are you on first right now?
Yeah.
So go to the. Instruction. You put her name in up there. Now.
Can you hear what you say? Chicken, chicken, chilling with Naomi. Oh my God. Look at this. I told Sue that it looks like he's having convulsions.
So she was making herself sing it?
Oh, I think
It's a song.
she's been singing it.
Oh my gosh.
I think Steven helped her get the songs.
You're right.
You know, all those kids are getting fired on. You got your ass off. Oh, told you. No, I gotta admit, I mean, I have heard some stuff, probably constantly around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Movies, right? I don't like movies where they just, that this, that, that's, it's just like.
If there's no reason.
If there's no reason for it. I mean, it's one thing if, the context, that's the way people would talk in real life, but.
I'm just gonna go on record saying, I don't like movies with John.
Too blatantly sycophantic.
I'm gonna look that one up.
It's sycophantic. You're a sycophant, which is just an educated way to say you're a sucker.
Oh, okay, yes, oh, thank you. Sycophant. I like that. Sycophant sounds so much better.
It does, it almost sounds like a compliment.
Yes, it does.
You know what, yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen John Lennon.
When we were young, they were on
All the time. Yep.
I'm tired of it.
I think the one I like was probably Real Lobo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with
That was
Dean
mine,
Martin,
yeah.
one of his worst.
I liked it.
Yeah, that's all right. Dean Martin could act his way out of that.
Oh, maybe not him, like. Thinking of-
Well, John Wayne wasn't exactly, the best actor ever, but you know what he played really well? John. One of my favorite movies.
That was his last one. With Ron Howard.
I love Cowboys.
You know which one I like?
I love Big J. That's a really, there was some, now see, there was some good acting. There were some pretty good actors in that. That Ben Johnson was always played like a side. And I used to remember the guy's name. Do you remember? Oh, my mind just went blank on it. John Green is the Harvard's ass uncle that goes after his niece, snatched by the Cheyennes. He goes on this Scar, his war chief has got her. Oh my God, that's fantastic. I mean, he just plays this hard as nails guy, right? And he's going down to kill her. John White's on he's down the hill? Yeah, I mean, that's his intention, is to get her away from the Indians. You know, no one will just, live with that shame. And Natalie Wood is just you. She looked like she was 60. But there's a guy that was in crazy mode. Real white guy, real skinny, lanky, bald guy. I was placed a crazy guy. He was in half a dozen John movies. But that's one thing I was like, God. He had a lot of cast here. Almost like when you watch an episode, it's the same cast.
Yeah.
He just takes care of his house. Ward Bond, who was got into the Indians for that. They're both football players. Yes. Yeah. I remember this one, Ward Bond had a job on set. And we got John Wayne on set. Somebody saw John Wayne. So he could push for this extra in this movie. You know, he's making the rest. It's fantastic movie.
Red River's another good one. He did some fantastic movies in Red Rivers with Montgomery Cliff.
You see that one?
Oh, you went to the Oakley?
We played the
Mr. Mays, you got one ready?
Yes.
Name.
Mr.
Defendant's name.
Little, Christian Little, come on up.
I am ready. Appearances for Mr. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Mr. Little. Mr. Little, state your name for the record, please.
Christian Little.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people.
Judge, we're going to ask that this matter be set for a preliminary examination. I am not concerned about any sort of 21-day requirement, and you have a right to a prompt preliminary examination, but we're going to waive that. If we want to set a date out in the future, that's fine.
January 24, January 31.
Let's take a look.
Judge, if possible, can we move into February if there's been more than?
I don't know. Heather, can we move? Counsel, what do you got? Defendant.
I have Charles Campbell and I have Asia Harris. Campbell, their system shut off. You said it will be about 5 to 10 minutes before they walk back on for Ms. Harris is here in person.
Okay, I got her file in front of me.
March 6th is our next.
How's that?
March 6th is good.
Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, March 6th.
March 6th, what time? 11 a.m., gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Prelim at 11.
Anything as to bond?
There is. I have been contacted by Mr. Little's divorce attorney. He has asked me specifically to permit modification of the bond to, quote, allow him to have contact with his wife regarding parenting time exchanges at the local police department, allow him and his wife to communicate and discuss their daughter via AppClose, APPCLOSE, and allow him to have parenting time with the daughter as agreed between him and the wife and or the circuit court so as to defer to the circuit court.
So let's work backwards.
Yeah.
Visitation as per order. Circuit court order.
Yep. The wife incidentally is not the complaining witness in this case. She is a witness, but the complaining witness is the 17-year-old stepson. So
Okay.
It's tangential, but it related.
Well, what's her name?
What's her name?
Jeannie.
Yeah,
Jean.
she's ordered no contact with Gene and Tyler.
There you go.
All right, so visitation as per circuit court order, parenting discussions
App close.
through app close.
And then exchange contact during the exchange of parenting time exchange to the local police department.
Which is where?
It would be Sumter or Huron.
Sumter or Huron.
They're both about the same distance.
Everything else stays the same.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Mr.
Thank you.
Council, I am ready on Harris, right? Harris? Taja Harris? And what was the other one he had? Campbell. So we're waiting for Campbell to get back connected, right? I'm ready, Mr. Riggins. Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Regan, P82125 on behalf of Ms. Tasia Harris. Sheriff, can you state your name for the record for me?
Taja Harris.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we need the prosecutor in here for this one, counsel?
Your Honor, I am asking for a waiver. I've reviewed this case for my client. My client understands he has a statutory right to a preliminary examination whereby the state must show by a proper cause that she committed a crime. After discussion with this, my client elects to waive the preliminary examination, have this matter moved forward to the Third Circuit Court for further proceedings.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, is that true? Do you understand the purpose for an exam?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with counsel, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you understand those rights and options?
Yes.
You understand that if you waive the exam, then this file goes downtown. Your next court date will be in 2 weeks at the circuit court level. Understanding all of this, are you waiving the exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
Counsel, you satisfied?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan, satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. Arraignment on information is January 3rd, 9 a.m.
This is a manner actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's all right. Mr. Muhammad liked the waiver. All right, I'm supposed to get signatures from Mr. Riggins. His client. And I'm. Say that again. Williams. Mr. Riggins, are you representing Dylan Williams?
I am. He's in the hallway.
Are you ready on that one?
Yeah, we're going to actually adjourn.
You ready?
Yeah, we're actually adjourned on that one.
And we're still waiting for Campbell to get reconnected.
And Your Honor, whenever the court is ready, we are ready on Mr. Victor Stokes, and I have Ms. Shereen Kirk on.
What's the name? I'm sorry.
Victor Stokes.
Stokes.
And the victims are.
All right, appearances for Stokes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
And good morning, Your Honor. Crystal Marie Medina on behalf of Mr. Stokes. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a pre-trial. At this time, we were asking to set this for a final pre-trial, Your Honor, where the complainant would be required to appear. Is that correct?
Judge, the complainant is on today
Oh.
on Zoom.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay, you need to talk to him or her?
Please.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
Mr. Muhammad's gonna get on Zoom so you can facilitate a
Sir,
breakout,
we
Michelle.
see what they're doing, 'cause this one- we gotta see what
Okay,
they're
can
doing.
you
have
ask
somebody
Miss
else ready?
Medina what we're doing with Mr. Kirk? Because he's still in the breakout room.
It's with, yeah,
Or
with
Miss
Ms. Kirk, we're just adjourning the pre-trial date. She's completing treatment.
Okay, I'm gonna
How
bring
far out you
her
wanna
out.
go?
We didn't do that. And then
Thank
I need
you.
her, I need her to jump back on.
How far out you want to go with the adjournment?
Your Honor, I would ask for a later date in January just to see the progress with her treatment, and I will be logging back in. Oh, sorry.
How about January 31?
Ms. Kirk, when is your treatment program anticipated to end?
January 9th.
You want to get her in before then? Before the 31st?
Exactly, so we'll do January 20-something, so that's what we'll reach out to them. Exactly, thank you, Your Honor.
31st?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, all right, 31st at 9 a.m., Ms. Kirk.
Okay.
She gonna be here in person?
Ms. Kirk, you.
Yeah,
would
let's
be-
have her here. She's out of treatment, let's get her.
Yep, perfect, thank you, Your Honor.
That'll be live, Ms. Kirk. You can come in and brag about your sobriety at that point.
Okay.
Good deal?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I'm ready.
Give me the name again, Counsel.
Dylan Williams.
Got it. Got it.
I did.
Mr. Williams? Appearances on Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the people, PA 4448.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P 82125 on behalf of Mr. Dylan Williams. Mr. Williams, can you state your name for the record?
Dylan Williams.
Thank you. What do you want to do? You're adjourning?
Your Honor, we were actually adjournment, have not received any discovery in this matter.
All right. How far out you want to go?
At least 2 weeks, but if we do it on the 3rd, I have other matters scheduled.
I can do it any Wednesday.
Can we do it in 3 weeks?
That would be the 10th?
Yes.
All right, so that would be with Judge Martin by Zoom. 9:30, 10 o'clock. What do you like?
9:30 is fine.
All right, Mr. Williams, we're gonna get you a written notice for that date.
Okay.
Still nothing on Mr. Campbell. Who else is ready on for you, Mr. Riggins?
I guess I'm ready on Campbell.
We're
but
still waiting.
We're waiting for him to come on.
Yeah, still waiting for the jail. Okay. Hullaball? Are we ready on Hullaball?
Yes, Judge.
How do you say that, ma'am? Hullaball? That was close. Come on up. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P 84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. James W. Murray, P 48047 with defendant.
What do we got today?
Your Honor, at this time, we're requesting that this matter be set for a final pretrial. We are asking that this be set between 4 and 6 weeks out, so that we can handle some outstanding discovery issues.
Final pretrial as a complainant must appear.
That is the court's policy.
Complainant, and you want to go 4 weeks out? So you want to go into like the 24th of January, 31st?
The 31st would be better unless defense prefers a quicker date.
No objection to that. I believe the prosecutor will work diligently to get me that discovery and analyze it fairly, and then we'll know what we have.
Okay. 9 a.m. all right? 31st?
Another time.
10?
9:15, 9:30, 9:45.
All right, 9:45.
Perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll get you
very much.
notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Counsel, you got one ready?
We're ready. Your Honor.
Name
Weishaupt.
with a W?
Yes.
Got it. Ryan, come on up. Appearances for Weisfeld.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P 84088.
Ms. Hall, will Mr. Gorski appear in the defendant, Your Honor?
And what do we got today?
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for PCC. I've spoken with defense counsel. He indicated that we may have a waiver.
Yes?
You do have a waiver, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Mr. Weisfeld, do you understand your rights and options after discussing those with counsel?
I do.
Do you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
I do.
You understand if you waive the exam, this file gets sent downtown for your next court date at the circuit court level?
I do.
Understanding all of these things, are you waiving your exam freely and voluntarily today?
I am.
All right, you're sure? You have a look of confusion go over your face for a second.
Yes, I'm positive.
You're all right.
I trust my
Okay.
counsel.
Attorneys, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so am I. Mr. Weisfeld, we'll send you downtown for a court date 2 weeks out. January 3 at 9. Anything as to bond, counselors?
No, Your Honor.
I will continue bond. And as soon as I'm done scribbling in the file, counsel, I'm going to ask you and your client to sign.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you said January 3rd?
Correct.
Is that further out date possible, like?
I don't, I'm sure it is, but I just can't give it to you.
January 3rd, what time?
9 a.m. All right, Joe. Signatures from them and then file to Heather. Crystal, you got anything?
No, I am not at this moment. Cases.
Okay. Ms. Belcher, anything? Oh, right, no. Okay.
And Mr. Bales. Are you ready on those? She didn't know what it is here. But she was here. So that's why I started checking on you. And then I'll read it on the Mr.
What?
Michelle?
Yeah.
Is Mr. about?
Wait, I can't hear you. What? Just call me.
Did Habab try to- About who?
Campbell. We're gonna make a phone call.
I can wait for the president.
Heather, you sure? It's up to you.
I'm a art bond. I already talked to him about that, and we're going to set it for preliminary examination.
Okay.
Have discovered.
He can waive his presence. Who's the prosecutor on Campbell?
Miss Mandernack.
Mandernack? Joe, if you would, tell it was a bond argument. Mr. Riggins, he's got a misdemeanor from August 1823, a misdemeanor assault battery that we've got scheduled for a pretrial on the 4th of January. Can you just make sure he's aware of that? And if he's in custody, let us know.
You said in August, when is the
The
pretrial?
incident date was August 1823 out of Romulus.
It's a local case.
Yes, it's local prosecutor.
And he was aware of it, because he asked us if he could handle it today.
Oh,
So
okay.
I told him that it would be
Okay.
turned out. So
Okay.
He is aware.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let me have appearances for Charles Campbell, case number 230942.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125, on behalf of Mr. Charles Campbell. Your Honor, for the purpose of the preliminary, for the purpose of the PCC, I will waive my client's presence. I have spoken with my client.
All right, and you want an exam date, correct?
I do, Your Honor. I do have full discovery in this matter.
24th or 31st of January is the first two options. Yeah. Did we already schedule him on one of those days? I don't know if we did or not. Did we already schedule you on one of those days, Mr. Riggins?
No, I think
One
we
of the other
scheduled on
files?
the 10th.
Yeah. Nope, he scheduled PCCs on the 10th.
24th, I have a quick matter at 36. I may be able to handle it over Zoom, so the 24th is fine, Your Honor.
1 o'clock help you?
1 o'clock is fine, yes.
Okay, and bond is currently set at 1,000 cash or surety and no contact.
Right.
With victim or an address on Irene Street.
Right. Yeah, my client although the bond is set reasonably low in this matter, my client unfortunately does not have the funds at this time to make this bond. He is currently employed. He has been a roofer for 20, I believe he said, for 20 plus years, Your Honor. The incident in this case actually happened at his home. So it's unfortunate, but my client does maintain that. I don't even want to get into the proofs of the case. Yeah, we're just asking for a personal bond, and if it's deemed appropriate, we will accept a tether in this matter.
Okay. Ms. Mayornak.
Your Honor, as long as there's a GPS tether, I have no objection.
Okay. I'll let him out with a personal GPS tether, which will be location only, not curfew.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Judge, that was a $5,000 personal bond?
Yeah, that's a good number. No contact, stays the same.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I had one more question. That was a preliminary exam set for January 24th.
Correct.
And I'm so sorry, what was the time?
1 p.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep. Anything else, Mr.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Have a good day, counsel. Nothing? Michelle, are we ready on Habush?
I'm waiting for the prosecutor to get done talking to that victim so I know what happened.
Good enough, thanks.
Hi, Ken, it's so nice to be here at the time. You don't have to complete with this one, deals?
Yep.
Okay, so is that gonna be a dismissal while we just?
Yes.
And then, on Mr. Crawford? Thank you, please, because it was his son.
Bales is dismissed.
It's going to be, Your Honor.
Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it right now?
Yep, I'll bring him in right now, just found out, we're gonna be right now. Sorry.
This is Wayne.
Case, it's not a TV case. No, I mean, domestic violence, for trials.
You're welcome. Appearances on Wayne Bales.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bales. Mr. Bales, would you please state your full name for the record?
Wayne B. Bales.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a final pretrial in this matter. I do not believe the complainant has appeared, is that correct?
That is correct.
And
And I'm unable to proceed without her.
And Your Honor, we would move at this time for a dismissal.
This is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could refile. There's a $150 bond posted. That you posted?
Yes, yes, sir.
So 90% of that comes back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Bales, a reminder, looks like you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Van Buren ordinance tickets coming up for a January 22nd court date.
Thank you, sir.
Aware of that one?
I appreciate the reminder.
And if you go hang out down by the front counter, I think they're gonna get that money back to you today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Happy holiday.
Take care, Mr. Bales.
And I'm gonna have an answer for Crawford.
Oh, that's
because it's resident. So we only do.
Judge, can you ask Miss Medina what we're doing on Divine?
Oh,
Divine.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going, Divine was online. Am I in a breakout room with them right now? Oh, yes, I am. I am so sorry.
You're in a breakout
Divine
room
is-
with them.
Thank you. Yep, I see that now. I'm sorry about that. I'll speak with them right now. I was handling all the people here in person. Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Ms. Mandernack, doing that one.
No. Non-intimate partner violence, DV resident.
We're trying to figure out what's
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought that was,
Whoever wants to handle it, I think you should be dismissed, or whoever it is.
no, that's right, we'll figure it out.
No, I know.
Mr. Mohammed, can you tell the judge what's going on Mr. Habush?
Yes, oops. Oh, so that one, he just told me that he paid his fines already. And there's no other citation here in front of me. He said he already paid his ticket and
Do you have it, Judge?
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
The appearance ticket that was issued on June 2nd had two charges: other motor carrier safety act violation and operate without proper endorsements. So I'm gonna guess he probably paid the first one, which was a civil infraction, and that leaves the misdemeanor file that's scheduled for today's pretrial, which is operating without proper endorsement. Mr. Habush, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it looks like the ticket that was issued to you on June 2nd by the state police had two charges. One was a civil infraction. I'm assuming that's the one you already paid fines and costs on. And then the second charge was a misdemeanor that's scheduled today for a pretrial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you decided to waive your right to speak to a court-appointed attorney about this charge today?
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Mohammed, are you making an offer on Mr. Habush's misdemeanor charge?
Judge, in regards to operating without a CDL license, I don't think I don't have any discretion into making deals into charges like that.
Yeah. Do you have your CDL license yet, Mr. Habush?
No, sir.
Okay, so at this point, the prosecutor is unable to make an offer to you, so your options are you can plead guilty to that charge, you can set the case for trial, or if you want to change your mind, you can talk to a defense attorney and see if they've got any other options they can think of.
Okay, but if I'm gonna pay it, like how much is gonna be?
So, Mr. Habush, it's a criminal offense, the CDL.
Oh, it's a criminal?
It's a misdemeanor, sir, so it'll be a conviction for a misdemeanor.
All right, I'll talk
It's
to
not
the
like a
attorney.
speeding ticket.
Yeah, I get you.
So do you want a court-appointed attorney now?
Yes.
Okay, we'll put you in a breakout room with one of the attorneys when they're available.
Thank you.
Judge, I missed that. Are we putting him in with Leanna?
Sure.
Okay. Wait, where'd he go?
How come I don't
I
have
put them
it?
in there, Michelle.
Okay, I'm
How
like,
come
wait,
I don't
where?
have an alphabet,
How come you know what?
an alphabet version of the docket today?
Because it's not that big. I don't know.
That seems like a half-ass excuse.
She told me to print the judge after that. I'm already in trouble.
Can we check on where we're at with the no shows, at least the first page,
Yep, I will check.
up to 9 o'clock at least?
Yep.
You should be able to do both because I didn't have to do. First page, one on the second.
Yeah.
Correct, yep, awesome. Thank you so much. You are welcome. All right. So Mark Crawford is not enough with the child. The other night one was the dad. Yep, and that's awesome. Thank you very much. Yep, have a good day. Thank you. You both have a happy holiday.
You too.
Merry Christmas.
Have a good holiday.
Yeah, shoot, thank you.
Don't work too much. Don't work that.
Who?
Oh, that's right. What was it then?
What time was he scheduled?
He was scheduled at 10.
He's probably out there waiting to talk to somebody. Yeah.
So that oversheet had 2 pages.
See if you can find out from Mohammed or Medina. We'll ask right now. You'll figure it out. Do you know what's going on with Stokes?
I'm waiting on, Mohammed to finish talking to the complainant. We are ready on Mr. Crawford's round.
So black means they showed. Again?
Oh.
Here, highlight the ones that didn't show up on those first 2 pages. What's your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Mark
Crawford. All right, Miss Medina, your appearance for Mr. Crawford.
Kristen Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Crawford.
And good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski for the people, PA 4448.
What do we got?
Your Honor, today, well, I believe the people have confirmed with the complainant, Your Honor, the complainant does not wish to proceed in this matter. Is that correct? APA Kowinski?
That is correct. The complaining witness does not want to proceed with this case anymore.
And Your Honor, we would move to dismiss at this time.
All right, Mr. Crawford, this is dismissed without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I have explained to Mr. Crawford what happened, Your Honor.
Thank you, and I don't see any cash bonds, so you're free to go, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome very much.
I didn't do mine. And then I have,
Dividing down to 10 o'clock.
That's fine. No, that's fine. We'll wait. Yep. Perfect. First. And Niter. Knighton?
Oh, it's real nice.
we have Mr. Devine on Zoom. I mean, yes, Mr. Devine on Zoom. It's just going to be an adjournment. I haven't been able to relate to him. The office needs to consider it.
Mr. Devine, you are muted. Unmute.
Yes.
Good morning.
Kristen Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Devine. Mr. Devine, would you say your full name for the record, sir?
Armand Divine.
Your Honor, the people have made an offer in this case. The offer is for my client to plead guilty to reckless driving with a dismissal of the driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Devine was just informed of this offer today. We're seeking another pretrial for him to consider that and the ramifications to his license.
Mr. Devine, how about if I give you a date in a couple of weeks to come back?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Your attorney just said that you want some time to consider this offer, so I'm offering you another court date in 2 or 3 weeks out down the road.
All right, thank you.
January 3rd or January 10th, any preference?
Your Honor, if we can do January 10th, I'll be in Miami till the 4th.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's go to the 10th. This is by Zoom with Judge Martin. And we'll do it at 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Campbell, is that?
You got all that, Mr. Devine?
Yeah.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Heather, can you tell me what we did? And didn't we change his bond? Yeah. Mr. Campbell, you're muted. So date is what, January 24th?
Yes, sir.
Exam is January 24th. Right. Mr. Campbell, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. Mr. Riggins went on his way to his next court date. We've got a preliminary exam date set for you on January 24th. Mr. Riggins made a bond argument. I changed your bond. We're putting you out on a personal with a GPS tether. Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions, sir?
You said the January
24th exam date. I'm sure Mr. Riggins will be contacting you.
Okay, he has my phone number and everything.
I'm sure he can find you. Yep.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you so much.
Let's try this though. Let's get a good phone number. Let's get a good phone number for you when you're ready.
It's 313.
Yep.
659
659
8447.
8447.
Yes, sir.
And that address on Spring Hill is a good one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So if Mr. Riggins can't find you and he contacts us, we'll give him all that info.
Thank
Good
you so
luck.
much, Your Honor. Happy holidays.
Same to you, sir. Thank you, Division 1.
Sorry about the hiccup, Your Honor. I did that mandatory reboot.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Merry Christmas, Corporal.
Merry Christmas, Your Honor, all to you and your staff and your families.
He is way too nice to be a cop, don't you think, Joe? He's a nice guy. He's efficient, just professional.
As Michelle said, because he's off to like the 4th or something, and she's doing this on the 8th. Do you have somebody to help you? He goes, they're not gonna help. He goes, they're all on their phone. He goes, he did give us one guy's number. He was going to young guys like this. He goes, I know this like military, you know, you go. He goes, amazing.
Lackadaisical. Hey, Joe, second page?
All but the last two.
No, you only highlighted one page.
If you're wondering about parents.
So these are all, they all showed up?
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't do 10.
Yeah, you're waiting until. Mr. Downs was the guy with the baiting deer ticket, remember?
Either one of you guys.
Yeah. That old guy's probably my age. What do you got, Counsel?
Morning. Judge.
Good morning.
I have Frank Michaud.
Michaud? Got it. What are we doing with it?
We are requesting a preliminary exam.
No, he's older.
And unfortunately, Mr. Michaud, I've been in contact with him this morning. He's transporting his mother to the hospital.
Oh, boy.
Getting a heart stent, but I have asked him to join by Zoom. I think we're scheduled for 10:45.
Okay, okay. I don't even need him if you can waive his, all we're gonna do is get you a date.
Yeah, I just want to get a date.
Yeah, try to contact him, let him worry about mom and not worry about this.
I appreciate that.
So you want an exam date?
Yes, please.
We're looking at the 24th of January or the 31st of January. Those are our first two options.
Sooner is better than later, Judge. The 24th would be great.
All right, and 12:30 work?
Yes.
I'll continue bond
Yes, please.
and convey my best wishes for his mother's procedure.
Thank you very much, Judge.
You're welcome, Counsel. Good to see you.
Likewise.
Been a while, haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah. Have you been?
Much better than I deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love that sentiment, Judge.
Everybody's healthy.
Yeah. I hope that continues into the
Me
new year.
too. Saunders. Counsel, I'm ready on Saunders. I'm ready.
Oh, wait, where? Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Bernadette Castro appearing on behalf of Mr. Jacob Saunders. Let the record reflect he's approaching my right.
Noted.
Mr. Saunders, will you state your name, please?
Jacob Saunders. Thank you. What are we gonna do?
We have a pretrial arraignment today, I believe, and my understanding is that we will both, prosecutor and I both need discovery in this case.
Okay.
So we could adjourn it out for maybe 4 weeks. If that's possible, I think that would be enough time to get the discovery. I submitted a discovery request via email to your clerk, but it was received, I guess. I don't know.
Go with January 17th? All
That's fine.
right, that's gonna be Zoom with Judge Martin.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Have a great
welcome.
holiday, Judge. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, let's do it. 8:45, 9:15, what do you wanna do? Pick one.
8:45 is the best. Is that
All right.
okay? I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, my
All right,
fault.
and I'll continue bond. Mr. Saunders, we'll get you a written notice. Counsel will get you a copy if you want one.
No, that's fine. It's not necessary.
Okay,
Okay.
we're all good.
All right, thank you very much. Judge. Have a great holiday.
How is it that you're right in Southgate and I don't recognize your face?
I'm sorry?
How is it you're right in Southgate and I don't recognize your face?
Oh, I've been around forever, mostly Southfield, my practice
Okay.
was, so I'm getting back into the field
Okay,
again. So,
well, hope to see you again.
thank you.
Sir, just give us a minute, we'll get your notice. Ms. Belcher, what do you got?
Judge, I have 3 ready. I have 2 in the courtroom and then Mr. Yusuf that was on Zoom that originally waived.
Okay,
So I don't know which order the court would like to take that.
let's take the courtroom people. Who you got?
Okay, I have Turner, Holmes, and John Jones, Your Honor.
Turner, Holmes, and John Down. Let's
Correct.
take Mr. Holmes first.
Mr. Holmes, please. Step up. Your Honor, he's a little hard of hearing.
I'm loud, that'll work. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Belcher.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Mr. Holmes. I did have an opportunity to meet with the prosecuting attorney on this file. My understanding is at this point in time, they do not have any authority to extend an offer to Mr. Holmes. We would like an opportunity to explore potential resolution. So we're asking for an adjournment of the pretrial, Your Honor,
Sure.
so that the prosecutor can speak with their supervisor.
What was the problem with the license?
Your Honor, it's not the proper designation from my understanding. So I don't have any discovery on
Right.
that file. So I'm working with Mr. Mohammed to try to get a
Okay.
resolution and or any
How
discovery.
far out you want to go?
I'm fine with coming back on the 3rd, Your Honor, if I could have later morning.
Does that give him enough time, Mohammed? Does that give him enough time to do what he's got to
We
do?
could go to the 10th.
I just hate to waste time.
I'm fine with that. The 10th is fine, Judge.
Judge,
Mr.
if we
Holmes,
can-
January 10th?
Judge, this is AP Mohammed. If we can move to the 31st for this one, I'd appreciate it.
The 31st. I am checking my calendar, Judge. I'm in trial that day.
Is there any Wednesday after that that's available?
I can.
Every Wednesday after that's available with us.
I can do February 7th.
Mr.
That works.
Mohammed,
Yes, that works, Judge.
who's that with? 7th? I don't know. That's what you're here for.
Judge
So
Green.
that's Judge Green. What time you want to do it?
Your Honor, I'm available first thing in the morning.
8:45?
That's perfect.
That's February 7th.
Yes,
Correct. Mr. Holmes, February 7th, 8:45.
that'll be on Zoom, sir. You have my contact information. We will be in contact or give you another notice.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Judge.
get you off one right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Downs?
Judge.
Mr. Downs?
Go ahead, sir. Mr. Downs, come on and step up.
What's this?
Yes, good morning again, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Mr. John Downs, who's approaching the podium. Sir, can you please state your name?
John Downs.
Morning.
Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Downs met with the prosecuting attorney at his last appearance. At that point, one of the counts was dismissed. He has the
Correct.
remaining baiting deer count. I did speak with Mr. Mohammed. They extended an offer of a delayed sentence. I would like a little more opportunity to explore, based on my client's age and lack of criminal history, a different
Right.
alternative resolution. So at this point, Your Honor, I'm open to setting this matter for a bench trial. I did speak with my client. He's willing to waive his right to a jury. I think that would give us an opportunity to get the officer involved here to see if there's any resolution.
When?
When is Your Honor available?
Trial date, 24th?
24th, yeah.
January 21 or 24?
January 24th. Your Honor,
10 o'clock?
She's gonna tell us she's in trial.
Yes.
She's a very busy girl.
I am a very busy
How about a
girl.
week after?
The 31st, she's busy.
I'm in a trial in Monroe.
We're not.
We're-
we don't
there's no
have anything
rush.
Until March.
Yeah.
March 6th. Is our next.
I'm available March 6th.
Okay, so yeah. We want to do this one. This, 45.
That's fine. Who was the officer? You know what? I've got this guy's number. If you want.
Yes,
Just
please,
know if I'm
Judge.
calling.
Judge, I would also,
Yeah.
because I need to speak to this officer.
Yeah, yeah. So let's leave that on the date.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mohammed, I'll get it to you and Ms. Belcher. You just have to, before you leave, get it from me. I've got his cell number in my phone.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
So what time is that on the 6th, Judge?
10:45.
Thank you.
The other thing you want to check into is there are certain things in those DNR tickets that I have no discretion over.
Correct.
If I take a guilty plea or plea, if I find him guilty, there's certain ramifications that even if I want to.
Yes, Judge. And I did request a copy of the ticket and or discovery. And Mr. Mohammed was unclear as to what he had in his file. So that's something I will have to work with him on
Yeah.
because I was concerned with that
I'm
DNR
I'm
issue.
not sure if baiting has any mandatory loss of privileges.
And that's
or
what I
not.
want to look into, Judge.
Okay, all right. I'll get that CO's number to both you today and hopefully we can resolve this before March.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another notice, sir?
Yes.
You have my information. We'll be in contact.
Mr. Habush, can you hear me?
Judge, thank you.
Yes,
for
sir.
the information last time.
You're welcome.
And good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of the defendant who's already stated his name, I believe.
He did.
This is, again, a case that the prosecutor has no discretion on. I did speak with my client in a breakout room. The only thing that I can see at this point, other than my client pleading as charged, is waiving his right to a jury trial, requesting a bench trial date, perhaps on that March 6th date, since I'm already here.
Sure.
We can get the officer in the building, and that gives Mr. Mohammed and I opportunity to speak to see if there's any potential resolution.
Same time.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Habush, we're gonna set you up for a bench trial on March 6th, 2024 at 10. Is he?
I have no issues with him being on Zoom. I mean, the goal is to resolve this matter, Judge. I don't anticipate that it's actually going to go to trial, but it's up to the court's discretion. I know Your Honor prefers people to be in person.
Yes, Judge, I believe we will resolve this as well.
All right, we'll set it up. We'll set it up for trial. I want everybody here live except Mr. Habush. Mr. Habush, you can zoom in.
All right. And March 6th, what
You
time?
understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you have a question?
Yes, in March 6th, what time?
10:45.
10:45. Okay.
And Mr. Habush, do you understand, sir, that you have a constitutional right to a jury trial?
Yes.
And you're waiving that so we can set this for a bench trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll get you a mailed notice. Also,
All right.
sir, it says that we've got a ticket here, probably the A ticket. Yeah, the A ticket's got $420 due on it.
Your Honor, is he defaulted on that?
Probably. Yeah, he's gotta be. Let's do this. It might help you resolve this. Mr. Mohammed, any objections if I set aside the default on the civil infraction?
No objection, Judge.
All right. When? Well, then this might be old.
He paid it today.
Oh,
We
paid it
got-
today.
it came-
Use that as a bargaining chip.
Understood,
Okay.
Judge.
He's already paid that, Mr. Mohammed. I told Ms. Belcher to use that on the officer for a bargaining chip to try to get him to work on a misdemeanor.
Forwarded something. Yep.
All right, Mr. Habush, any questions for your attorney, sir?
No, thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Nothing.
At this point, not sure. We got all the dates written down for Mohammed, so we can take a look at them and go over them together and.
Thank you.
I think he spoke to Crystal regarding. Oh, Mohammed, find out.
Yep. We'll send Officer Crowe out there to figure that out. Find out what's going on with Stokes. We've had this victim on here all morning.
Crystal was blaming it on Mohammed.
And Mohammed's too nice to blame it on Crystal. So we only have 3 exams?
I'm sorry?
We only have 3 exams?
Yeah,
Koenig, Jackson, and Paul.
McCollum, Jackson, and Cologne.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I think you probably did remember.
We have pretty good appearance rate today.
Yeah, we did. Miss Karen, they called earlier.
We just can't get her in here, so we can say hello.
She called to let you know that she is running late, but she wants to come in. Because hers is just a free hearing.
Is that Koenig?
No, it's.
Oh, that's not even on my file.
All those law,
Okay.
but she called and said that she's running behind and I told
Were
her.
you working here when her dad was visiting church for so long? He was the sweetest guy. He was just little, I mean, he looked like everybody's favorite grandfather, like from Central Castle, you know, like the warm fuzzy grandfather. Just the sweetest guy. And I don't know why he visited for so long. He must have been sick.
Was Michelle here when?
Had to be. Well, you know what? Michelle,
Yes, sir.
Because I think do you remember when Judge Garion was visiting judge here for so long? Or was that before you got here?
I've been here since 95, so what was he visiting? Who was he visiting for?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember that.
I don't remember that.
I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to call the
Garion?
34th District Court institutional memory.
You weren't judged then?
No, I think it was when I was practicing.
My boss doesn't remember that either.
No, I think it was back in the like late 80s, 90s. Hey, remember Judge Garion? Why was he here for so long? Who was he covering for? Health issues. Right. Because he was here for quite a while. Yeah. She's supposed to be here today for a formal hearing. Yeah. So watch for him. Yeah. All right. Talk to you. Yeah, it was before TBG or I were on the bench.
Well, I'm thinking
Judge
because
Stone-
Miss Garion's P number is
Judge
like a
Stone has some
12.
kind of health issues. What's that?
Miss Garion's P number is like a 12.
Yeah. I'm thinking it was probably around 90. But he was here a lot. I don't even know where he was from now that I think of it. Seems like he was on the east side somewhere, like, Macomb Township or somewhere out there. So, Joe, I've only got the 3 exam files, Koenig and Stokes left.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep stuff right now. We're working on it.
Thanks. Hey, Rick, thanks for calling. I just kicked the curb. But for my cat-like reflexes, I couldn't trip.
Now that Koenig's ready, was waiting on the prosecutor is still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stokes, it's been a little bit more complicated than.
It's all right. Are we ready on, is it Koenig? How do you say it? Koenig? Counsel, your appearance?
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of, it's so quite all right, sir. On behalf of Mr. Koenig, would you please state your full name for the record?
Anthony Joseph Koenig Jr.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the complainant is present in court here today. I did have the opportunity to speak with APA Mohammed. I'm not sure if he provided the court with a plea form. He was preparing one, Your Honor. My client is prepared to plead guilty to being a disorderly person, to having caused a disturbance in his household. Your Honor, in exchange, the original charge would be dismissed. My understanding is that this would be taken under delay of sentence for a period of 12 months with a recommendation for substance abuse evaluation and treatment, as well as there's another form. Or any type of, so evaluation and treatment for anger management, Your Honor.
Okay. I do not have Mr. Mohammed on screen anymore, and I don't have a plea agreement. So let's just move forward like that, and we'll
Yeah,
have him
that is what
confirmed.
we discussed, Your Honor. If there's any corrections, I will, but I believe the officer, the complainant, and myself were all present, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Koenig, do you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Ms. Medina?
Yes, Your Honor.
Disorderly person, was it? Disorderly conduct?
Disorderly person, Your Honor.
Counsel,
It's
disorderly
disorderly
person,
conduct.
dismiss the original charge?
Yeah, so it's gonna be a delayed sentence for the disorderly conduct.
Oh, disorderly conduct.
And the defendant has to receive alcohol treatment and anger management.
Perfect.
I don't like to order treatment. I like to order evaluation and follow the recommendations.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I like to order an evaluation, and then any
Treatment based on that
recommendation
evaluation.
from the evaluation is ordered.
Okay.
But I don't want to make the decision that he needs treatment. I like to send him to the professionals, have them interview him and assess it, if you're okay with that.
Just based on what I know from his dad and information, I think maybe that's in the situation.
Okay.
But if
Is this
you
dad?
prefer that-
Is this dad?
Yeah.
Put your name on the record, sir.
Anthony Koenig Senior.
Thank you. Do you think he needs treatment or evaluation?
I'm not a professional, I know he needs some help
Okay.
in some way. I understand what you're saying. I think evaluation is what's needed so they can determine what treatment you need.
Yeah, to what
I'm gonna order the
extent?
evaluation because first of all, I might order treatment and he might need way beyond what I'm ordering. So I want the professionals to do the evaluation, because if I order treatment, I'm gonna say he's gotta go to some outpatient. They might say he should be inpatient for, 30 days and then go from there.
Right.
So
So, yeah.
let's do the evaluation. Let's get you the right help at the right time.
Thank you. Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Your Honor.
And then there was an anger management
Yes.
component.
So the same, yes.
All right, that I'll order, because I think we could all use that.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
What the trick is going to be to find some place, hopefully, where he can do the same, get the evaluation and whatever treatment's ordered at the same place he's getting the anger management counseling.
Well, yeah.
So he's not running around and talk to our probation department. I'm sure we've got options that can handle all that.
That's what I was gonna say, and if not, Mr. Koenig, you could always reach out to me,
Yeah.
and then I'll reach out
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
probation and see what I.
All right, so the plea is added charge of disorderly conduct. The original charge gets dismissed. The sentencing agreement is 12 months,
Delayed, correct, charge.
delayed sentence, right? Other our court officer must have done something wrong with the stamp because it won't stamp.
I thought I ate that, didn't I?
Is this under 7?
7.1.1? That's the delayed statute.
All right, so only conditions are delayed sentence, substance abuse evaluation, and follow-up and anger management, correct? Did we miss anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Koenig, you understand your rights. We just determined that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to this added charge freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Would you, voir dire, counsel, 11/17 incident date?
Sir, on November 17th, were you in the city of?
Van Buren.
Were you in Van Buren Township? And on that date, sir, did you cause a disturbance? Did you act in a disorderly manner?
Yes, absolutely.
Satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Mohammed, satisfied?
Yes, Judge.
So am I. I'll accept that plea and I'll dismiss the original charge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything else before I actually sentence instead of talking about what the sentence is going to be?
No, Your Honor, I would just say that my understanding is that now there's no assaultive contact. I think there were plans for a lunch after this. So I think steps are being taken in the right direction, Your Honor.
Okay.
He has accepted responsibility for his errors on that day, and he really is hopeful to mending everything and making things
Okay.
better, Your Honor.
All right. What do you got going on? You working?
I work at Waterworks Auto Wash on Belleville Road. You might know my employer. Says he knows you.
Yep.
Not that that matters, but
What's your educational background?
I have some college classes in my earlier 20s, but I haven't done that.
Where'd you go to high school at?
Belleville High School.
What was your GPA when you graduated?
3.0 average, I believe, to 3.2, I would say around there.
Probably could have been about a 3.7.
Could have been a lot better, yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Alcohol is a substance of choice?
Yeah.
The only substance?
As of now, yeah.
Okay. And how old are you?
28.
Okay. How do you like where your life is at right now?
Not happy with it. I feel like I could do a lot more in life, kind of wasting it away. And like, as my dad put it, kind of spinning my wheels, So could be a lot worse, but could definitely be a lot better.
Yeah, it can always be worse, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and adopt that sentence, 12-month delayed sentence with everything we just talked about. Court cost assessment of $500. You can set up a payment plan on that.
What was that?
You can set up a payment plan on the $500.
Okay.
Right? Now, our official business is done.
Okay.
Can I talk to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. I've been doing this a long time. Sometimes when you find yourself in a hole, you ever feel like that?
Yeah.
You know, the first thing you got to do, put down the damn shovel. You keep digging,
Yeah.
don't you?
I do.
You
Yeah.
keep digging.
Yep.
The worst way to get out of a hole is to make it deeper. Okay?
I agree.
Just take some baby steps. This sentence is a real good game plan for you to make some major changes in your life. But there's a couple things you got to do. First of all, you don't look at this as punishment.
I don't.
Don't look at this as a gift.
Yeah.
Okay? This charge could be the best thing that ever happened to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay? So first of all, if you go into this whole process with the right attitude, this is my lifeline, I'm gonna grab it with both hands and then bite onto it. Okay? And just work the program. I mean, when you go in for that evaluation, I want whoever's doing the evaluation, after the interview, I want them to sit back and say, oh my God, I wish that guy would have shut up. Because he gave us so much information. Okay? It's your lifeline, brother. It's your lifeline. Because you've been breaking his heart.
Oh, I know.
Because I mean, I'm a parent and we all think alike, right? He thinks he's in a hole and you know what his potential is better than he does. And you've been watching this for years while he just digs deeper and deeper. So my heart goes out to you. And I'll also say this, you should probably get some counseling to deal with what he's been putting you through. And I can help you with that with my probation department too. Right? Yeah. So part of it is you've been living with him a long time?
I don't live with him now. I moved out when I was 18.
Oh, okay. All right. But you've been pretty close relationship. Okay. So I'm assuming if you're like every other, family relationship I know, you probably have developed a real toxic way of doing things when certain things happen. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. One of the best things you can do for him as he tries to embrace sobriety long-term is you get some help for yourself. So you're not pushing his buttons like you used to unconsciously, right? Because you too have developed a toxic way of dealing with certain issues. You get help. So you're not playing that part of the role anymore. And then even if he does, you're not, so it doesn't happen the same. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right, he can still be doing the same thing on that certain issue, but you're not anymore, so the explosion doesn't happen. And that helps him into his sobriety. And like I said, go down to probation, just talk to him and tell him, Oakley says I need to talk to you guys about some counseling. They'll help you out. Okay? You hear my heart?
I do.
I wish you luck.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
Merry
you very
Christmas.
much, Your Honor.
I appreciate this
Thank you
offer.
very
You're
much.
welcome.
You take care.
Dad, good luck.
You're
You're welcome.
Today, okay, take care, sir. It was a pleasure speaking with you, okay?
Officer Provo,
Yes, sir.
could you get these down to Shannon?
Yes.
We'll try to get this, next one down there.
If you can.
Susie just,
Okay.
she's holding her phone.
What's going on, Dale?
Same old,
Everything good?
getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Now she called me 2 hours later. I gotta remember what I wanted.
So we got spoiled with all that warm weather. Now it's,
Yeah, but you know what? It's supposed to be 50 Christmas Day.
yeah.
I told Heather, I think I'm gonna hide Easter eggs for the kids to find or something. It's like, what the hell?
I think we're gonna pay for it eventually.
You know, I've been hearing for months. See, I heard we were supposed to have a cold winter, but no snow.
Okay.
Is it El Nino or whatever his name is?
Yeah, but that would mean warm too, though, because that's all warm weather.
Right. Right.
Okay.
You're old enough to remember Father Guido Sarducci.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a cold or it's gonna be a hot. It depends on the weather, right? We're gonna get what we get.
Yeah.
What do you got, Counselor?
Your Honor, on our end, we are ready for the 11 o'clock exam.
Okay, which one?
It is McCollum.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Martin and the defendant
out there?
Because I'm ready. And we still got Mr. Blank, the Stokes victims here.
Going a little harder than she thought.
Okay. Christmas.
Yeah, right to your face.
Pat her phone with her.
Are we ready on McCullum?
Yes, sir.
Appearances.
Good morning, Peter Kowinski for the People, P84448.
Good morning, Judge Oakley. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592. Hearing on behalf of Mr. Jenman McCullum, who stands to my left. Mr. McCullum, state your full name.
McCollum.
Good morning. Have a seat, Mr. McCullum. All right, gentlemen, we ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you?
People at this time call their first witness to the stand, Mr. Dimson Hannah.
All the way up front, sir. Watch your step on this ramp right here. Settle into that chair. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
All right, settle in. State your name and spell your last name for the record.
Remsen Hannah, and you said last name? Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Spell your first as well.
Rimson.
Thank you.
Mr. Hannah, I apologize for mispronouncing your first name earlier. Now that your name has been spelled and stated for the record, can you tell us what is your occupation?
I am the regional manager owner of multiple hotels.
Okay, can you state what those hotels are?
The Hampton Inn, the Holiday Inn Express, and the Town Place Suites in Van Buren Township.
Okay, are you familiar with the location of 46820 North on I-94 Service Drive?
Yes.
Is that in Belleville, Michigan, Wayne County?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that location exactly?
A hotel?
Okay, is that one of your hotels?
Yes.
Okay, how long have you been a regional director or a manager?
Approximately 15 years.
15 years, okay. So were you employed in that capacity going from July to October 16th of 2023?
Yes.
Did something happen that brings you to court today?
Yes,
Can you briefly state what that was?
I received an email, asking,
Your Honor,
received an
I'm going to
email.
object at this time. He's about to describe the contents of the email he received. That's clearly a hearsay statement.
That is just, it's not going to the truth of the matter asserted. It's just information that was brought to his attention in the beginning, which is what alerted him to this case.
Any contents of the email would be for the truth of the matter asserted. Maybe Mr. Prosecutor can limit his question.
I'm assuming this witness did certain things based on what he saw in an email. Is that a
What
correct
he
assumption?
what he read in an email,
Right,
not what he heard someone saying.
right. So can't you get the same place without reading the email? As to what he did based on what he read?
Unfortunately, not in this case. This is what was brought to his attention, and it's not really a statement as to what someone did. It was just information that had an effect on was brought to his attention.
But didn't that cause him to take some action?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, I would continue to make my objection and argue that I don't think the prosecutors have all their necessary witnesses for this case.
We actually do have our necessary witnesses. This Mr. Hanna here has done a lot of research and investigating, and it's what led to him finding out that it was the defendant and what he did.
Well, let's try this. Did you take certain action after reading the email in question?
Yes.
Without stating what was in the email, tell us what you did. See if we get there.
I end up going into the PMS system.
Which is what?
PMS system is the database where it shows like who's checked in a room, who booked the room.
Like a reservation.
Like a reservation
software?
system, yes.
Okay.
Not for the customer to use, but for the hotel to use on our side.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this information would show you the name of the guest, the address, who booked it, what time they booked it, the days that they're staying in the hotel, who made the keys for the room. And
in the course of that research, what exactly did you find out?
And I'm going to object again, because this is a question about what was found in this database that I have not been provided any copies of. This is a best evidence rule issue where Mr. Kowinski is asking the witness to describe the contents of a report without actually showing us the report or showing us the.
Well, I think it might be, but I don't think I've heard enough to decide that it is.
Very well.
So we need to flesh it out some more. Go ahead.
okay, so just to make sure I'm starting back where I was, right? So what led to that is I found out, so going into the system, after that, I did some research and found out that I looked up those same names. There were previous reservations booked under those same names where the dates coincided. So for example, not exact dates, but just for informational purposes, for example, they'd be like July 1st, checking out July 10, another reservation checking in July 10, checking out July 25, another one checking in July 25, checking out August 10. And it was a sequence of reservations booked over and over and over with the names kind of flip-flopping. And that's what caused me to continue to do research and find out that all these reservations are booked under the same person, approximately all 3 a.m.
Now, at this point, I'm renewing my objection and saying now he's testifying to things that the research he did was in this internal system that he had. I don't have that. That is not that he's attesting to the contents of a business record without providing me with the business record. Now, Mr. Quincy may respond that I do have some of these records, but not the part that Mr. Hanna is describing. Particularly, he alludes to a system that shows who made reservations. I don't have that.
Your Honor, all we have in our discovery is what appears to be a company invoice that I do believe was shared with counsel in discovery. That is what we have. If there is a need to, down the road, after bind over, to look deep into if there's any more records to corroborate with Mr. Hanna's testimony, then we can certainly do that. But
Okay, but defense counsel's argument is a fair one. If the witness is testifying from business records that defense has not had access to, he shouldn't be allowed to testify to those business records. I think that's a fair objection. No, I'm asking you to respond.
Your Honor, can we maybe have Mr. Hannah testify just a little more if there's a determination to see where this information is coming from?
That's fair.
So would you like me to continue going along that journey of the story?
Well, I think you got to go backwards.
So,
Sounds like you got into the system and you made certain conclusions. Fair
Yes.
way to say? Based on what?
So based on finding out that, so I think I might have missed, so so we found out that when we got those names that.
You see a pattern. I got that part.
Yeah, so we have a pattern. Ultimately, I end up going, so we end up calling the room and nobody answered the phone. I end up going to the room and found a duffel, I found a backpack and a duffel bag. And in one of those was Jamon's birth certificate.
I do have a question about these records, if I may. Were these records that you looked into, were they in the ordinary course of your business?
Can you be more specific?
Were they part of the hotel? Or is that what these records were from?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me more about these records. Were they able to keep track of who books a room or makes a reservation?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is all part of that software package system?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And this is how your hotel this is how your hotel keeps course of business as to who reserves a room and for how long?
Yes.
Okay. So can we go back? So in the course of your looking at these records, what exactly did you find out?
So I found, ultimately what I found out is these rooms were fraudulent.
I'm going to object again. This is asking for what he found out by reviewing business records that have not been entered into evidence or provided in discovery. Same objection as before. I object to any testimony by Mr. Hannah about what he found out from reviewing these records that have not been provided. Like you said, Your Honor, he can talk about how he reacted.
He's actually testifying to what he observed in those records.
That is a distinction without a difference.
I think it is. So let me ask this. Why can't these be part of discovery so defense can look at them?
Your Honor, I'm not even sure why they were not even included in the discovery packet other than this invoice that we have and the actual email.
Well, I think you're making your move too soon, to quote an old blues tune. Let's do this. I'll give you a minute to talk to your witness to see if you can figure out a way to move forward, because I'm not going to let him talk about what he saw in the records that we can't let defense counsel see.
Thank you.
Talk to the prosecutor.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Crazy. If I call her from here, quite often her phone won't even ring. She was in this call. And that's light up. It shows that it's public service credit. My phone calls are from on the street. It just comes into my phone. This one. I told her somehow it's like my phone. It's like my phone knows where I'm at. You know what? I probably have that same stamp in here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Why?
Yes, that's fine. I have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, these are the records. This is what he was looking at.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
That's fine.
We're good.
Okay.
Still under oath, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So let's go back a little bit. What exactly was it that you've observed? As far as like the records?
What I observed was, are we talking back from when it started or at what point?
When you started investigating this?
We have, what I observed was a invoice from the client stating like, we don't have a record of these employees. Can you share some information on who booked them?
Okay. What else did you have? Were there any dates?
Yes, there was dates, confirmation number.
Okay.
And the fake aliases, yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the people, may we approach?
Sure.
People want to show you our proposed exhibit 1.
Has he seen it?
Yeah, no objection.
Okay.
Yes, this is actually the invoice.
Okay.
That I think he was speaking about.
Yes, this is what was provided in discovery.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Okay. So you want to mark this whole thing collectively as people's one?
People's proposed exhibit 1, yes.
They'll mark it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I want to show it to
Yeah, let her get a sticker on it and you have it back.
Now, Mr. Hanna, what did I just hand you?
You handed me invoices that were billed over to our clients.
Okay. So what exactly does that invoice feature?
So this invoice features airline employees that work for the company that were authorized to be billed to the company outside of the fraudulent ones.
Okay.
Say that again. Outside.
So you have the valid ones and you have the fraudulent ones also.
Okay. Do any of those names that you see, were they guests at your hotel?
Your Honor, I think that calls for, prosecutor hasn't laid a foundation that Mr. Hanna would know that everyone on this list is a guest at the hotel. He's a manager for multiple different hotels.
I think you have to lay a foundation.
Okay.
We got to have personal knowledge or know how he's getting the knowledge.
Okay. So what exactly, when you were investigating this, what exactly did you learn in the course of your investigation?
What I learned is that there's rooms that were booked, that were billed to the client, that were not authorized by the client.
Again, that's a hearsay statement that I would ask be stricken.
Well, maybe it
made
was.
multiple references
Hold on,
to.
hold on. Maybe it was because the follow-up has to be asked, how did you know that? How did you know that they weren't authorized to book the room? Did somebody else tell you that?
How did you know they were not authorized?
Because the client had asked.
Objection. Hearsay.
Let's just do it this way. Did you get that information because somebody told you that those folks were not authorized?
You could say yes and no, because some of these I did the research on afterward because the dates coincide with one another. You have check in, check out, check in, check out, check in, check out of names flip-flopping.
How do the dates in and out tell you whether or not somebody had authority to book?
So the way that it works is when the client wants to book a room, they send an email authorizing the stay. These other ones, we don't have that from the client. They're fraudulent.
No, they're just outside the normal course of business.
No, they're not authorized by the client.
How do you know?
Because the client let us know.
That's my point. That's hearsay. Counsel, that's hearsay.
But I also went to the room. Oh, sorry.
It's hearsay. You gotta have somebody here from Coletta. He can't tell us who the company authorized to book the rooms. I'll dismiss without prejudice.
Then, Your Honor, we will reissue this case and we will get someone from Coletta, the company, to come in. And
I fully expect you to.
I think that would be the best way to proceed.
I think you have to. I think you have to. And sorry to take your time today, sir. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And we'll get
Let him have it. Prosecutor. Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Do you have a business card? Yes, I'll do it. That was great. I appreciate that. Yeah, but that goes back to the city, goes back. Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, I know it's all right. Kind of think back to how.
Jerry was nice though.
I think Crystal was ready. If she.
Hey, find out if Al's still in the building too, would you?
What's that?
See if Al's still in the building.
Yeah.
And Mary Karen called again, said, I'm still on behind, are they gonna be
Hello,
there?
Mary.
And I'm like, yes, they're coming.
How are you? Okay, I check right for it. Thanks, thanks. Say hi to Pete. All right. You have any interest in going to a wild game dinner? January 27th, which is a Saturday.
Yeah, well, I guess I would just think what you offered it today.
then.
As long as.
You know
I guess
Gary
if Gary
Staffel?
says to raise it, then.
Gary
Let me know,
Staffel?
so I can talk to Gary.
Your dad knows it. Just a sweetheart. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kristen Marie Medina on behalf of Mr. Stokes and
And good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor, Mohammed on behalf of the people.
It's always morning somewhere, Mr. Muhammad.
Mr. Stokes, would you please say your full name for the record?
Victor Stokes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, we do have an offer that was made by the people today. The offer made by the people is for my client to plead guilty to aggravated assault, which is count 1, and count 2 would be dismissed, Your Honor. There would be a restitution payment in the amount of $500 associated with that plea. At this time, however, Your Honor, I really think in speaking with Mr. Stokes that we need more time to discuss this. It is an assaultive conviction. He is 23 years old. And so we need more time to, we're basically requesting more time to consider that offer, but at this time, the people's position is that is the offer for today. It may remain the
Understood.
same. It may not remain the same.
I don't have any problem giving you an adjournment.
Yep, and Mr. Stokes, is it clear to you, sir, that that is the offer that is available today? We are hopeful that it will still be available in the future, but there's no guarantees to that. Are you aware of that?
Yes. How far out?
Your Honor, I'd ask for a late January date if we could, just because I'll be out of town.
24 or 31?
31, I'm already scheduled for 31st, brother, Your Honor.
What time do I do it?
What time are your other things? Read the time.
Yeah, that's all good.
All right, bond is continued.
So that, just to confirm, it's January 31st.
January 31, 10 a.m.
Okay, Mr. Blade, did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please zoom in on the 31st at 10 a.m., okay?
Just all you gotta do is send me the link, or send me the code through the email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Just please zoom in on that day, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I have to check.
Money due. Yeah. Who's doing, Cologne?
That is the prosecutor that I'm doing.
Oh, special?
Yes, it's a special. We have 2 more from Jackson and
Who's prosecuting Jackson, do you know?
probably.
Peter, you doing Jackson?
No, I don't. I think that's. I'm wondering if that's Mohammed's case.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge. I've got nothing else. I just wanted to follow up. I did send Heather order for return of property on Mr. Harris.
Oh, perfect.
That'd be great.
We'll get it for you just a minute. You're gonna print them out?
Yep.
Belcher just cooling her heels out there, or is she working with somebody now?
I just talked to her. She had some cases and she was just gonna go chat with Judge Green.
Okay.
She,
You done?
Hi, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
I'm sorry.
Mohammed,
Merry
come on up.
Christmas. Everything was just,
That's that CO, Schoenberger. I've had many conversations with you, because traditionally, the COs hate the way the prosecutor's office does things, because they feel like you guys just give away the store on all their tickets, because you guys don't understand it, for one thing, you don't see them very often. They can't be here, so he would love it if you made contact with him and said that before you deal with any ticket, you'd make contact with him. They love to be able to have some input
In
on what's
regards to the baiting, right?
Yeah.
So in regards to any hunting stuff, I'm gonna start reaching out.
any DNR stuff.
Yes.
Any DNR stuff. You'll build strong bridges with those guys if you
Yeah.
just ask them.
Yeah, I'm gonna for all of them.
Yeah. Because most of the COs feel like redheaded stepchildren. They feel like, because they're spread so thin, they can't sit around the court like some of the local cops can.
When we go from Detroit, we're dealing with like
I know,
crazy, and then
I know.
and then it's like baiting with like.
I know.
I don't know.
I get it. I get it.
But I'm definitely gonna reach out.
Right.
Thank you.
But you gotta understand, you come out of Detroit where you're dealing with a murder exam, and then you come out here and it's a deer baiting ticket, it's no big deal to you, but it's what that guy does for a living.
For a living, yes.
So,
And it is still a big deal. It's the law.
well,
I mean,
it's the law.
it-
Yeah,
that is-
yeah. So I've always been real sympathetic with them because
Yeah.
they bitch about the fact that everybody's just giving our stuff away without talking to us.
Yeah.
So at least if you talk to them and then you give it away, at least they can't say you didn't talk to
And
them.
I'm gonna talk to him for all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And tell him, you got the number from me.
Yeah, I will.
not upset that I don't deal with deer baiting cases.
It's going to trial. Except for bench trial.
That's spicy.
It would be a fun one though. I had one with a goose baiting
Wow.
ticket, they shoot, because you can't shoot waterfowl over bait, right?
Uh-huh.
So the argument was, I set up my decoys in a cut cornfield, and there happened to be a pile of corn because sometimes the harvesters drop corn. And I mean, it was a good argument. The guy represented himself. I mean, it was a good argument.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
It was all yours.
Oh, yeah.
I think I found him guilty. I don't remember now, but I know the defendant and I had a real good bonding moment. But I don't remember now. I think I found him guilty because I told him, I said, if that pile of corn was that big, you should have seen it when you set your deeks up and you should have moved to the other end of the field.
I may.
Hunting is a legal minefield, yes.
It can be.
Guns, baiting.
Leanne, are you on your computer?
Can I throw a date on here?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm used to signing everything in here. The clerks don't want me to date most of the stuff I sign here.
Okay.
He's got it.
I'll bring it right
He's
back to you,
baiting.
Heather. I'm just gonna throw the date on here.
Okay, I was gonna,
Yeah. Tell me when to review it. Make sure we can.
Hey, Jamie, if Belcher's wandering around out there, tell her to come in the courtroom, would you?
Judge Green's got call over there.
That's all right, I'll go find her.
Just, if I can have one copy to take away.
Merry Christmas, counsel.
Thank you, you too, Judge Oakley.
No, I'm ready on the new one, we're right.
Okay. so much. Thanks, Peter. Oh, okay, so I don't see before that. Yeah, you should.
Are you planning to it? Let's see. Let me know who you're looking for.
I was just gonna get all of them just in case if I miss any. So I'll write them all down. I think I missed Hollins, but that was a show cause.
That he was a no-show.
No show, okay. Didn't hear anything about anything Joseph Shore.
Nothing, and he failed to appear as well.
I do have Charles Campbell, that's Patricia Vandernax, and that's January 24th. I don't know what happened to Brandon Mitchell Colts.
That is Patricia's as well. Christian Little.
Yeah, that was Mohammed's.
Yeah,
I think.
on March 6th.
Preliminary exam.
Yep. And then, who else are you looking for?
I do have Clyde Martin, January 24th at 11 a.m.
Nope, Clyde Martin,
Oh.
flat out.
Oh,
He
okay.
pledged to an attempt. Anthony Perillo was January 24th.
Oh, God, Gorilla, okay.
Devin Thomas is just a PCC one.
Adjourned for January 3rd at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with Bachhaus. Bill and Kevin.
January 31st at 11:30 for exam.
January 31st.
Yeah.
And then I have Jeffrey Womack, that was adjourned for another PCC, January 24th.
Yeah.
I did the priority waste ticket, that was just a half line. Christian Harris, I think that was dismissal, yeah. I did Kadam Adele as well, parking.
Yeah.
Charles Knighton.
Bill took care.
And Stephanie Lucas.
Domestic.
Okay, so Patricia Mander next.
Ryan Westfield, again, Patricia.
Yep. And then I think Wayne Dales, I think that was Mander next.
Yeah.
Do we have Dennis Michael House?
Yeah, January 10th for PCC.
Oh, PCC, okay.
Yeah. Lisa Meadows bound over.
Bound over, I got that. Benjamin Coter, adjourned PCC for January 24th.
Yep, and actually that's gonna have a special prosecutor, Brittany Johnson. She actually appeared later on.
Got it. Taja Harris, I think I got that was bound over. Raymond dates January 3rd. Samantha Hollowell.
Adjourned January 31st, 9:45.
Here's one on this, defense attorney was there, Michelle Renee Jokanga.
Exam January 31st.
And what's the time?
At noon.
Charlene Kirk.
Adjourned January 31st, 9 a.m.
PCC adjourned?
No, just as a pre-trial.
Oh, good trial. January
31st.
And then, yeah, I think Mohammed was doing Stokes.
Yeah. It's adjourned 10 a.m. January 31st.
I did get Devin, a while, he fled to Rikers driving. This is WLS, but what's going on January 10th?
That's all that's happened. They didn't take the. They want to see what happened.
Okay. And then I do have John Downs. That set for bench trial March sixth at 10:45. Pending a resolution. Turner Homes, yeah. That one.
Turner Homes.
Wait a minute. Is that February seventh?
It is, yeah.
Is that, just pre-trial? Okay. Then I have Dylan and Juan Williams adjourned PCC for January 10th at 9 a.m. Joseph or trial
Why do you have the door down? The door?
Because whenever the exams are going and open and closing, it's too loud.
I got you.
Okay,
And you figure they'll get me before they get you anyhow.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Makes sense.
You have protection. But you go down that wrong. Yeah, Joe.
okay.
Sheila, all those Sheila.
Yeah.
Ms. Darren is actually on her way. It's just a pre-hearing, you have the piece of paper in there.
Yeah.
So she's on her way, she's trying to get here.
Okay. And then Saunders, I have adjourned for January 17th, 8:45. Trial. We dismissed Crawford. I don't know if anything happened with Anthony Joseph came in.
Yeah, he flat out to disorderly.
And then I have Frank Anthony Yao, January 24th at 12:30 p.m. Javon McCall, that was a dismissal. I don't even know if we want to reissue that case, due to the evidence that we have. Somebody from the company, maybe, but otherwise, that's. And then we were just exams.
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I like your tie, by the way.
Thank you. I got matching socks. Because we love the Grinch.
Yeah, so do we.
Which one do you like best? Which movie?
Which-
The original
which movie?
animated, the Jim Carrey?
Honestly, I like them both. I do like.
Me
the
too.
Version a lot, you know.
I love Jim Carrey,
Oh, great actor. So definitely.
but I love Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
His voice.
Yeah, my wife likes some of the older animated ones too, but like A Year Without Santa Claus.
My wife's like that too. She wants to watch all the classics every year.
Yeah, but we like all the good ones like Elf, National Lampoon's, Christmas Story, the
Yep.
Home Alone's.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna take these 3 files from Mackenzie out, ask the guys to get them down to it. See if we figure out what's going on with them. What's the name on that? Jackson? Johnson?
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson. No. More times squared. No square. Mhm. Yeah. Yep, all right, I'll call it now. there's, Judge Oakley's office, the court officer's mom, you can do a call, 5 to 12. We have an agreement in. Wondering if you were on your way, if you are, or if you're prepared otherwise. You can go. That's 7, 3, extension 2. Lunch.
Joe. Two more witnesses. They got subpoenas, so. Thank you.
Was he thinking it was his case? Did you? No, he's not.
Did you hear what another said? The crib said this. Yeah.
Yeah, long afternoon. And the judge is like, "No, don't do it." Nothing that's on my head, I'm not seeing my single.
Okay, he did some more. Something. You know.
Yep. I don't know.
Streets on. You say triangles?
Yeah.
Yes. First, a good turn. Big money.
Got everybody we need for 12 o'clock except.
Summer. And just like I said, she's always early, so I just called and it rang for that.
Security concerns that we're worried about. You address these concerns. Very serious.
So then maybe stand back here a little more so that you can take control of the situation when it arrives.
Well, my thoughts are generally this threat is going to come from this side here, so I don't.
Yeah, so let the judge know that that's where the threat's gonna come from, not from behind.
Oh, there could be, you just never know what will happen. Good answer, though. That's right. The light on your feet.
So Muhammad plans on sticking around and stay for this exam, so when Marion gets here, we can do it.
She said. She's right there too. Oh, CDR. Keep right on. I don't know. You ever heard that story? My very first jury trial. My very first jury trial. What was his name? So you heard John is the John. The John is approximately not that. So when he gets there and asks if you want that, first he wants to come back. Yeah, let's see it. So then we when the court walks out, he walks out from the chambers, goes downstairs. So, sure. So, what happens? It starts talking. They're come saying anything about it. You were going. I said, you know, you might. I was going to try. You know, too much. I knew this guy. And kids are using it. Really? You know, lines are hanging out. I thought. Council, you do not want to go. So that's the tone. So one thing I always give you credit for this, at some point. He said, you're not from me. He said, and warned me, but I was pissed because I had to call this case. My fault, but I was upset, and I'll take you my machine card. To me, I didn't lots of credit. So from that point forward, I'm not taking anything to your trial. When I Close. It's water glasses, you're close enough. Yeah. No worries. Oh, I think I'll do it. That's a long time. He's like, well, yeah, I want to know what you think. That's what you talk to him about. He said, you keep asking the same stuff over and over. Every time you stand up, I watch them roll their eyes. They don't like hearing that same stuff over. He says, yeah, I know. I've been told that before. I just thought. What? Like, basically, he just said, I don't care if the jury likes me. How do you win a jury trial if you don't care if the jury likes you? But I'll never forget that.
What quick is the pay on this one? Yeah, I think it's 180. It's a civil infraction, but I don't think you can.
She needs to come in.
Oh, there you go, ma'am. See, the
I'm
judge
waiting
is
for her.
requesting
How
her.
are you?
It's been a
I'm
long
gonna
time.
call him.
I know,
So good.
I love this building. I
So
love this building. I just love it.
So Al and I were talking this.
Yeah.
Where was your dad on the bench?
Highland
Highland
Park.
Park. I couldn't remember where it was.
We never.
Yeah. 'Cause it's-
Yeah, I know. We grew up in Highland Park. I could walk around at midnight alone and nobody was worried about it. Right. I know.
How old are you?
Good. Good.
You still keep busy?
Yeah, just super busy.
Good.
I still have fun, just like you.
Yeah. Oh, well, I still have fun.
And this is magnificent. I was here a few months ago. I
Yeah,
just
it's
love
nice.
it.
You know, the locals, but they're not- right? The largest head count we've had here in the whole day is 200. This everything's changed.
For the homicide, I got Dominic Jackson, all parties are here, we get a video, get that one squared up. Yeah, right. Because I told him.
You could.
Well, yeah, you know,
Yes.
you'd have to bring prisoners in the hallway, and
Yeah.
then bring a courtroom on my side of the wall.
It's the good old days, yeah. Okay, so I don't need this.
I just want to make sure I have to.
Yes, thank you.
Matter of fact,
Judge.
excuse me, Jamie, you know if Al's still in the building?
I'm sorry?
You know if Al's still in the building?
Yeesh.
I'm gonna find out, because I know he wants to.
Okay.
Go over.
Okay.
Ms. Karen, it's
You got it,
gonna
Judge, because I can try to.
I got
be
it.
$180 for your client in 2 weeks, 14 days. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys have a wonderful holiday.
You too, Merry Christmas.
The countdown is here.
Yeah.
It is.
I got all
Yeah, you still in the building? Okay, all right. Just there.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Keep it friendly.
Okay.
Very good.
And I love this place.
Well, come back.
I keep
Come
telling
back.
everybody I'm bored. Yeah.
Here she was telling, what happened, Bart? Yes. So she's putting on. She's probably love that.
And then just kind of. I'm gonna.
Yeah, well, but, you know. Terms, it all have to come spongy because of the price. When they first come up with PETA, you got a bunch of attorneys that never actually forever, so you just all get that first season over.
Well, that's like the one, weekend agreement attorney, she came from California. So she's been practicing that for years, and then she comes here and she gets an 8.
Yeah.
She's like, people think I'm brand new at this. She goes, I'm not. Especially when they say bar number.
Yeah, but
Like
it's
a
P
P.
dash, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's, right? Or we go. No, she ran through that for a second. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of, yeah, I figured there'd be a lot of lookers. You know, probably. We have a lot more. Lost a year and a half. No, want me to go find it? Is Belcher done? Yeah. Do you want to talk to her or? Do you want to hire her? Okay, she can go. Yeah. Where's? St. Paul's, United Church of Christ, which is North Line and Delta. It's on the northwest corner. The big church. It's where the Black Brothers go. Black, Stan always went. Gary Stafford. And she was Jackson, ready, looks like a waiter. Okay, I'm ready. We'll be on my road. On the left-hand side. There you go. Thank you. Be right back. Genius of 12.
If that sometimes is the way, County. Yeah, to the WCO. Huh?
Gene, I am.
Okay, good.
Actually.
Summer, disregard your voice message.
Oh, thank you for calling.
The guys were worried.
That's so nice.
All right, we're going to support back in session. Now we'll let Oakley preside.
Have a seat. What the hell did I do with that file? This exam file.
Those are my probation.
You know what? I wonder if that went down. Somebody check and see if Mackenzie, but call Mackenzie and see if she got that. Appearances on Jackson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
Good morning, Your Honor, or good afternoon, Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, number 85828, appearing on behalf of Dominic Jackson, who is present today. Ms. Jackson, please state your name for the record.
Dominic Jackson.
Thank you. Waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Jackson, have you discussed with counsel your rights and options?
Yes, sir.
And have you discussed with her the purpose for a preliminary exam that's scheduled today?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you waive the preliminary exam, then the file goes downtown, so your next court date is going to be at the circuit court level, not at the district court where we're at right now.
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of this, are you waiving that preliminary exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. So as soon as I lay my hands on the file that I think I got rid of prematurely, we'll get your signatures on it. We'll get you out of here. We're going to give you a paper notice for your next court date, which is in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I must have gathered it up with the few favorable peers we had. You know who got a prisoner in Philly? The Davis hot pot? Okay. Okay. Bracketed by Joe's.
Okay, good news. We're gonna be bracketed by Joe's. They're both gonna get safe. We'll be doubly safe. Who did you talk to? No,
Oh, my week.
I'm trying to call it.
No, I just looked it up.
I guess it's not actually.
We skip it all the time.
And you're not giving her paper notice either, are you? All right, you know what, ladies, take off. I don't need your signatures.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we'll find the file. It's floating around somewhere. Good luck downtown. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Oh,
Oh, we got it.
yeah, might as well get your signatures, council. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah. Might as well, we got the file.
Yeah.
There's new stuff.
Yeah.
The old stuff I like.
Yeah.
There's new stuff. It's terrible. I love hashish. I went to a conference and I was up in Michigan State, and the guy next to us was dope smoke. I'm like, man, what the hell are they smoking in front of us? I said, that's not. A lot better than I want. I get it. I said, man, that smells good. You know, smoke that? Mom and dad, they came up to maybe 14. They're passing back and forth.
I remember years ago, and we were at home now, and all, there was just a layer of smoke. Like you could either sit below it, or you just stood up and it was right there. It was so creepy.
I just told her, if I was doing defense work right now, I'd have to make a rule. I don't handle any dope smokers. Because I can't, I wouldn't want to be around that damn stink. Yeah, that's a good point. Can't stand that stench. It's coming. They're gonna figure some roadside something out. Well, they're trying.
They can do blood now.
Yeah, they'll develop some kind of a roadside test that was on saliva or something.
When I was the sheriff department, they had a test. TBT.
I read about it because I remember, man, I gotta keep track of this company. If that works, I'm gonna buy a piece of this one. Every department in the country.
THC. With the alcohol and stuff. That's how it came. If you do that, that's how you get it.
Yeah. Well, last time we went up, Ron and I stopped at a head shop around 75 because his wife and her girlfriend all used this gun. Hey, Dave. How's it going? That's all right. No worries, no worries. Hey, when we start getting these tickets coming in from the Ramos, federal responsibility for the absenteeism problem, are you okay with just putting those on the regular Ramos docket? Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. Appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Do you want me to communicate with schools about when those federal responsibilities we got are going to go? So I want to say, oh yeah. So anyhow, she told Ron stop and get some, and it's getting better now. But I was having a hell of a time for a couple of months. I was waking up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I'd come down, I'd do some reading, then I'd nod out on the couch for another hour, and just terrible. So he's like, well, you should try some of these. No, he goes, I don't want any THC. He said, no, Janine says the ones she's using don't have THC. So we stop in there and we talk to this girl working in the kitchen. Well, we'll find out the ones that Janine told us to buy do have like a real trace amount of THC. But she said, it's not the THC that can make you high. It's just the THC that relaxes you and helps people get to sleep. And I'm like, well, I don't have trouble getting to sleep. I need trouble, I need some help staying asleep. So she recommended another one for me that had no THC, but the damn things are like $4 a piece, right? She's like, so try half of one, but that's probably, but try it first because you guys don't smoke. So try half of one and see if that does it. And if that doesn't do it, then try a whole one. I didn't find that they were doing me any good, other than when I did wake up in the morning, when I took 3 halves, when I went up to a gummy and a half, then I just felt like kind of growing, but it wasn't keeping me sleep on. Yeah. Well, I have to look at all the ones that are trying to stay open. I heard a lot of those places are losing their ass because they can't. There's not enough spread between what they have to pay wholesale for the legal stuff and what they're selling it for. So what I've been told is there's a lot of places now, cops are raiding the dispensaries because they're finding that the stuff they've got, they don't have paper for. They're just selling street dope through the dispensary. I'm so bad. Well, hey, oh, shit, what was it? Someplace out of state, they just proposed a bill to make hallucinogens. But it wasn't just mushrooms, LSD.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously, where was that at? Was it on like Seattle, Washington State? I don't know where it was at.
Well, Cody Regency knows because he gave up everything, told him everything. He not very right, so he was trying to. Well, there was ones that was just too strong for him. He's feeling like,
oh my God.
I literally had to try to lift him to help him walk because he's so wobbly and he just got in the cage and his head.
Yeah.
It was the most horrible thing in the world. I felt horrible because I had to keep him in the cage because he couldn't walk.
Yeah.
No. Luckily he wasn't old enough. No, but it was horrible. I was like, that's why I say keep him. I didn't understand that. I didn't know he got in here. It was horrible. I felt so bad for him, and there's nothing you can do. It's not like I can take him in.
No.
So luckily he's a big dog.
Give lots of food.
Luckily he's a big dog, and he could handle, he wasn't gonna die from it, but I felt horrible.
Well, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I went to one of the judicial conferences, and they had state Colorado there. Probably remember that now, because it was like 15 months after I did recreational use. And I remember they talking about that they had 2 documented cases of death due to THC overdoses. One was somebody that was on some high building decided to fall, which like LSD days, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one was some guy that beat his girlfriend, literally beat her to death because he was convinced she was some kind of demon. But they were THC overdoses. But he was talking about that, the wax, the butter, and that stuff when they distill it down. And that stuff's like 96% THC. It's scary shit. Well, the other thing is, this ain't your granddad's THC.
You don't know.
Well, not only that, but what I read, that's probably a year ago now, that, back in the 80s, 90s, street dope, 10, 12, 13% THC. Now, they're testing street dope, it's 28, 30, higher. So the THC levels are through the roof, and it makes sense, right? Everybody's gotten better at growing wherever they grow in the last 50 years. Farmers are getting more bushels of corn per acre than they used to. So why wouldn't the marijuana growers end up with better marijuana? Everything falls. Yeah, it's just I think that was some of the worst planned out stuff. You still get it. Well, the other thing that makes it tough is now that, rubber stamps your society, so how do you tell a 15-year-old they should be smoking marijuana? But you have that color, a hell of a lot more than 40.
Whatever. I love the deals for the officers here.
Well, it might have been just because she made that sound about somebody watched her crawl.
I don't think they're letting anybody in. No, absolutely. So you could just let them know, but they're getting together.
All of that.
On whatever, on media, they're all threats.
Is Mr. Cripps in the building yet? Do you know?
He is, he's actually gonna be ready to go here shortly. He's talking to a couple of his witnesses and prosecutors here also. Just like those large crowds.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
kind of anticipated that.
You can just let both attorneys know that at 12:30, I expect them both in the chairs and talking.
Thank you, sir.
Heather's got shopping to do.
I'm sorry? I
said-
heard Heather's was important.
She's got shopping to do.
We need to be done by 2:30.
Margaritas, lunch.
Yeah. Okay. I hate these thick files and I'm trying to find the complaint warrant. Well, she already got a problem. Yeah. We trust you, Joe.
I know, it's just something stupid, you guys run out of here. It's a good. You won't. You won't.
Save on what?
Second floor security?
Tell them to get in here.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Afternoon, Council. Morning somewhere.
When did you start? Oh, hi.
Okay? No disruptions in the court when you rules, okay? Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, your appearances for the people versus Jalen Talon.
Dominic DeGrazia, P 69815 on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of my client, Jalen Julius Kalan.
Thank you, gentlemen. We ready to go?
Will we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. People call a witness?
We just had one, preliminary matter. First, Your Honor, I would ask for an order of mutual sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge.
Mr.
Well, I
Cripps,
agree with that, Your Honor. So anybody who was at the scene, and there was probably 20 or 30 people who were at the scene that may be in this courtroom, so I'm asking that it may be sequestered, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. All right, folks, go ahead. That's all right, go ahead.
No, I was gonna move on, but if you're gonna order
Okay.
everyone.
Yeah, folks, if you are here and you were on the scene that night, I want you to step out into the hallway. If you're called into a witness or as a witness, we'll bring you back in then. Gentlemen, look around, see if you're satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor. From the people that I know that were there have been sequestered on my side.
Thank you, Mr. DeGrazia.
I believe that's it, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
The second thing I wanted to put on now was I'm moving for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 1, which is a postmortem report authored by Dr. Carl Schmidt concerning a postmortem examination on the body of Gavino Torres, which occurred on August 7th of 2022.
Can I see it first? For exam purposes only, Your Honor, the defense prepared to not object to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 1, which is the medical examiner's report and the accompanying toxicology.
Thank you for the stipulation.
Your Honor, and the report reads that according to Dr. Schmidt, Mr. Torres's death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds, and that the manner of his death was homicide. And if there's no objection, I would publish this.
Please. Thank you.
That people call Gianna Green.
Green like the color?
Yes.
Ms. Green, all the way up front, please. Watch your step right up here by this incline ramp. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Have a seat right there. Settle in that chair. When you're ready, counsel.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
Gianna Green.
All right, ma'am.
Counsel, spell your first name for me.
Gianna.
Got it. Thank you, counsel. Back on August 6th of 2022, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, were you in the area of 20340 Warman Road in Huron Township, Michigan?
Yes.
All right, and why were you at that location around that time?
We were just hanging out at somebody's house.
Was there like a party going on at that address?
I don't know if it was necessarily a party, but it was just a couple people hanging out like in the pool.
Okay. Now, when you say a couple, do you mean like literally like 2 people or more than 2 people?
More than 2 people.
All right. How many people do you think may have been in and around that house around that time?
Probably like 15, 20 people.
All right. Now, at that time, you were there, but did you have any other family members of yours who were also at the party?
Just my sister.
Okay, your sister. And what's her name?
Gabrielle Green.
I'm sorry, what?
Gabrielle Green.
Gabrielle? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ever leave the area of the house to go look for your sister?
Yes.
All right. So describe how that happened.
So basically, we just walked down the driveway out to the front of the road because it was a long driveway and there was a road at the end of it. And we were just walking down there and a group of people passed us. It was like probably like 5 or 6 people.
So let me stop you right here.
Mm-hmm.
When you say we went outside, were you going to look for your sister?
Yes, it was me, Gavino, and Michael Hicks.
Michael Hicks and a person by the name of Gavino?
Yes.
Now, prior to that night, had you ever met this person named Gavino before?
Yes.
And how long had you known him for?
2 years.
2 years.
Mhm.
Can you describe your relationship with him?
He was my boyfriend's little brother's best friend.
All right. So would you say that you were friends with him back on August 6th of 2022?
Yes.
And this person by the name of Michael Hicks, were you also friends with that person?
Yes.
And so was it just the three of you who left to go look for your sister?
Yes.
All right. And you said you walked down a driveway. Is that true?
Yes.
Were there any cars in the driveway?
Yes. There was 2, I believe.
Okay. And so as you're walking down the driveway, did you see any other people coming your way or in that area as you were walking down the driveway?
Yes.
All right. So could you see where those people were coming from?
I could just see that they were coming from the road.
From the road?
Yes.
All right.
Like they had parked on the road and were walking up to they were coming to the backyard, but we happened to just pass them.
Okay. Now, this other group of people, how many people do you think might have been in this group of people?
Probably like 5 or 6.
And what was the lighting like outside in the driveway street area where you may have seen them?
Very dark.
Very dark?
Yes.
Were there
But
any?
I had my flashlight on, like looking at the ground, so I could see them, but like not really at the same time.
Now, when you say your flashlight, is that a flashlight on your phone?
Yes.
Were there any like street lights or car lights, anything like that, other than the flashlight on your phone that you described?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, when you saw this other group of people approaching, could you see any of their faces at that time?
No.
Okay. And so what happened as this other group of people approached the three of you?
They just walked by us and that was it.
Now, how close do you think that group of people was to you three when they walked by you?
Like a foot away, probably. They were pretty close.
Now, prior to them, actually, did this group of people actually cross your path? Or
yes, we walked right past them. Like we were walking this way and they were walking this way.
all right.
Indicating for the record with their hands in opposite directions, Your Honor.
Agreed.
Now, prior to them walking past you, were there any words exchanged amongst your different groups of people?
No.
Was there any fighting or anything like that between those two groups?
No.
All right. So what happened after the two groups of people walked past each other?
So we had gone down to the end of the driveway and we walked in the road. We were looking, like walking down the street to look for my sister. Like we were looking in the cars with our flashlights, and Gavino had went to his car, which was parked right at the end of the driveway, but it was in the road, like on the other side of the driveway. I don't know how to really explain that.
So let's try and break this down a bit. Does the driveway of this address on Warman Road, does it back directly out onto the street?
Yes.
All right. And so you said Gavino had his car there?
Yeah, but it was parked not like at the end of the driveway. It was parked on the other, like on the street, but like in front of the driveway.
So if the driveway ends, you're saying that the street is between the end of the driveway and where Gavino's car is parked?
Yes.
All right. And what type of car do you remember was Gavino driving?
An Infinity.
Okay, and what color was it?
I couldn't hear,
Black.
sorry. My phone went off. I couldn't hear her answer.
What kind of car?
Infinity.
Thank you.
All right, and it was black?
Yes.
All right, so do you actually see Gavino go towards his car?
I didn't really see. I just heard him open his door and go to his car.
All right, and where were you standing when you heard this movement around his car?
Like 5 cars away from his car.
Now, when you say 5 cars away, are you now down the street?
Yes.
Okay. And were there actually 5 cars like lined up nose to nose, or are you saying like 5 car lengths?
Or actually, it was probably like 3 cars away. It was like 3 whole cars like away from his car, but they were parked right in front of each other. They were
Okay.
pretty close.
And so where you were standing when you heard this movement by Gavino's car, was anyone else standing next to you or with you when you heard that?
Michael Hicks.
Okay. And so what happened after you heard Gavino at his car?
Me and Michael had stopped and we were talking, and we had heard like somebody go up to Gavino and say, "Yo, are you Gavino?" And Michael.
Objection as to hearsay.
It's not an assertion, it's a question. So it's not hearsay.
It's a statement made by somebody that's not in court.
But it's not an assertion offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just, it's a question.
It sounds like hearsay to me, Judge. It's third-party statement out of court.
I'll allow it.
You heard somebody say what?
Yo, are you Gavino?
All right, now.
I couldn't hear, I'm sorry.
Yo, are you Gavino?
Thank you.
Prior to that question, had you seen or heard any fighting or anything like that before that?
No.
Okay. What happened after you heard somebody say, "Yo, are you Gavino"?
Me and Michael were talking, and we had stopped because he had heard something, and we like.
Objection as to what somebody else heard other than herself, Your Honor.
So you can't testify what somebody else may have heard. Did you hear anything yourself?
Yes, I did. I heard 2 gunshots.
All right. Now, how long between the point in time where you heard 2 gunshots and where you heard the person ask the question, "Are you Gavino"?
About 10 seconds.
All right. Now, between that 10 seconds, did you ever hear Gavino's voice saying?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear or see any fighting in the area around Gavino's car?
No.
Okay. And so you said after the question was asked, 10 seconds, you hear gunshots?
Mm-hmm. And I saw the flashes from the gun.
All right. Where were you standing when you saw these flashes from a gun?
The same place, like 3 cars away, like 2 cars away.
Okay. And were you standing in the street or on the other side of the cars that were parked alongside the street? We were
in the street, but we were like still looking in the car, so we were by the car still. But after that, we had went to the other side of the car and hid in front of the car.
When you say after that, are you saying after you heard the gunshots?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you saw the gun being fired, could you see who had the gun at that time?
No.
Okay. You said after you heard the gunshots, you did something after you heard them?
Yeah, I hid in front of a car. Michael had grabbed me and we had both hid in front of the car.
Okay. And could you see anything after you went back and you hid behind the car?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was like 3 people had ran to a white Mercedes and tried to get in it. And somebody said something. They said, "Yo, where's Jalen?"
Objection as to hearsay.
Again, it's not an assertion, it's just a question.
That didn't sound like a question, right?
Where's Jalen?
Sounds like a question. I'll allow it.
You heard somebody say, "Where's Jalen?"
Yes.
All right. Could you tell who the person was?
It was just a female. I didn't really know who it was.
Okay. And what happened after you heard the question being said?
They had went and tried to get in the car, and then they realized it was locked, and they
Objection
ran.
as to what somebody else realized, Judge.
Sure.
No.
So what did you see them actually do when they attempted to get in the car?
They tried to open it, and it was locked, so they ran.
Okay. Did you see what direction those people ran?
No.
All right. Now, this name Jalen, did you know anyone at the party named Jalen?
No.
Okay, have you ever known a person by the name of Jalen Cologne?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
You point to that person, describe what he's wearing?
A green jumpsuit.
For the record, the witnesses identified the defendant.
No.
How long have you known the defendant for?
I don't really know him. I just went to school with him.
Okay. And when you say school, are you talking elementary, middle school, high school?
High school for like, I think it was like 1 year, 2 years.
All right. Were you friends with him when you went to school together?
No.
Are you enemies? Were you enemies with him when you were in school together?
No.
All right. So leading up to this day on August 6th of 2022, had you personally had any contact with Jalen Cologne that day at all?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was amongst that group of people that you saw approaching you?
Yes.
Were you able to see his
My
face?
objection would be she already testified she couldn't identify the people who she saw earlier.
She said she couldn't see their faces, so
Right.
now flesh it out, how does she know it was him in the group?
Did you actually ever see his face when that group of people were approaching you?
No.
Okay, so how do you know, or why do you think that he was one of those group of people?
Because they said, "Where's Jalen?" when they
Okay.
were running.
So that, so it's based purely on what other people may have said.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Objection to the
Yes.
form of that question, Judge, as to other people seeing him. She can't read the mind of someone else to know who they saw or not.
Well,
So I object to the form of that question.
I'm conceding that her knowledge is based on hearsay, so.
Agreed, understood.
Now, while you were walking outside, looking for your sister, and I'm talking from when you decided to start looking for her, had you seen Gavino with a gun at that time?
No.
As you're walking in the driveway, did you ever see him with a gun in his hands?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear him say anything as you're in the driveway or by his car, say anything about a gun?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Cripps, your witness.
Judge, can I get a copy of the statement I just received?
Sure. Thanks, Eddie. Bless you. Thanks, guy.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I cross, Judge?
Please.
Okay, you're Miss Green, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you pronounce your first name?
Gianna,
And ma'am, how old are you?
20.
And that's the age you were at the time this occurred?
I believe I was 19.
Okay. And within the last 10 years, have you been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving theft, dishonesty, or false statement?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that night in question, you went to a party, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what time of evening would you say this was that you arrived at that location?
About 2 a.m.
About 2 o'clock in the morning then? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who did you come to that location with?
My sister,
And again, her name?
Gabrielle Green.
Before arriving at that location, had you consumed any alcohol?
No.
Smoked any marijuana?
No.
Under the influence of any drugs?
No.
And once your sister and you arrived at that location, where did you go?
To the backyard.
A backyard of a home?
Yes.
Whose home was it?
I'm not sure.
You just knew that was the party location.
Yes.
And when you went in the backyard, what did you do?
Was just talking to a few friends.
Okay. Did that include Galvino?
Yes.
Okay. And other people?
Yes.
All right. When you were in the backyard, did you consume any alcohol
No.
or smoke any marijuana?
No.
How long would you say you were in the backyard talking with friends?
We were out there about an hour.
And after that hour's time, you were speaking and talking with a number of people back there, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the person who you described as Jalen from your high school days, you didn't see him back there, is that correct?
No.
Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you said there came a point in time that you decided to leave the backyard,
Yes.
and you said you're going to look for your sister?
Yes.
So she's the one you arrived with,
Yes.
but somehow you got separated from her
Yes.
and had no idea where she was?
Mhm.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
I'm not being rude, but for the reporter to be able to take it down.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So you decided to go to the front of the location then? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as you described to the judge earlier, it was very dark. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who was it exactly that you were walking with from the backyard to the front?
Gavino and Michael.
I'm sorry?
Gavino and Michael.
Okay. Do you know Michael's last name?
Hicks.
And Gavino's last name?
Torres.
All right. And so the three of you were walking together. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you said you saw another group of people, is that right?
Yes.
Was that in the backyard or was it on the driveway towards the street or in the street itself when you saw that group?
In the driveway.
All right, so it was in that driveway towards the front street, is that right?
It was like it was like the middle of the driveway.
Okay, but the driveway, you were heading towards the street at that time?
Yes, they were heading to the backyard.
And again, as you told the judge, on that walk there was very dark, is that correct?
Yes, but I had my phone flashlight, so I could I could see what they were wearing. I could see their feet. I could see that they were walking towards the backyard.
And exactly how many people you see, if you know?
5 or 6.
So it could have been 5, but could have been up to 6.
Yes.
All right. Didn't see anybody's face, as you told the judge earlier.
Yes.
All you could see, as you just told me, was feet for the most
Yes.
part, because the flashlight on the phone was pointed down.
Yes.
Okay. Because you wanted to see where you were walking at the time.
Yes.
Nobody said anything to you,
No.
and you didn't say anything to them.
Nope.
And there was still the 3 of you at that time.
Yes.
And where did you, once you passed that group about midway down the driveway, if I heard you correctly, where did you go?
Me and Michael Hicks went left, made a left down the street, and we were looking in the cars. So we were about 2 or 3 cars away from Gavino's car, and Gavino had went straight to his car.
All right. So you went to basically the opposite direction that Gavino went then?
Yes.
And you were looking in cars down the street, and that's where
Yes.
you're focused on at the time?
Yes.
Looking for your sister?
Yes.
Gavino went to his car in the other direction.
Yes.
What kind of car was that again?
A black Infinity?
Okay. Had you been in that car earlier?
No,
How did you know it was his car?
because I just know it's his car.
You've seen him drive it
Yeah.
before? Okay.
Mhm.
Now, you couldn't see what he was doing at the time, is that right?
No,
Do you know if he went to the trunk of his car at that time?
I don't believe so. I just heard his car door, the door open. I didn't hear a trunk.
Okay,
opening.
you don't know if it was a car or a trunk that opened at that time, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And you were maybe, would you estimate to me 50 yards away, 100 yards away? Can you estimate for me?
I'm not really sure how.
Would you say
How
it was
far?
from here to maybe the back of the courtroom? Or further than that?
Probably a little bit closer. Probably from here to those doors right there. Those
Okay,
little.
the swinging door?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know, Judge, what would you estimate? I'm sure you've had that issue in the courtroom.
I will tell you that is approximately 27 feet.
All right, so you wouldn't disagree with around 27 feet, is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. You heard, earlier you heard someone say, yo, are you Gavino, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know who was saying that,
No.
and you don't even know if it was associated with that other group, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see Gavino, is his last name Lopez?
Torres.
Excuse me, Torres?
Mhm.
Did you see Mr. Torres at that time? When you heard that unknown person say that?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what he was doing at that time?
No.
Mr. Torres, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said some 10 seconds went by and you heard something else, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Like a gun, just like a gun cocked back.
A gun drawn back? Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay, like a cocking noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know who had the gun when that happened?
Correct.
You don't even know if it was Mr. Torres, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So after you heard the cocking noise, what did you hear next?
2 gunshots.
Right, so you heard 2 gunshots, correct?
Yes.
You heard gunshots, but you didn't see gunshots, is that correct?
I saw the flash from the gunshot.
Okay, so let's start with, you heard gunshots, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were down the road when you heard gunshots,
Yes.
looking into cars for your sister.
Yes.
All right. And that was, you didn't expect to hear gunshots, obviously, right?
Correct.
Okay. And could you even tell where the gunshots were in relation to you?
Yes, they were right by Gavino's car.
All right. So right by his car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you saw flashes, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the area of his car too, is that correct?
Yes.
Right near where he was?
Yes.
Where Mr. Torres was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. when you heard the gunshots, did you immediately get down to the ground?
Yes,
Okay. So if you heard the gunshots, and you immediately got down to the ground, when was it you ever saw the flashes?
I saw the flashes as soon as the gunshots went off.
Okay, is that right at the same time?
Yes,
And then you got down?
yes.
Okay,
Because me and Michael Hicks had heard a noise and we looked over, and as soon as we heard that noise and we looked over, the gunshots and the flashes, we all saw at the same time.
and you got down and hid behind a car?
Yes.
Now, after you hid down behind the car, did you hear Mr. Torres say anything?
No,
Did you hear him yell?
no.
Did you make a signed statement to the police?
What's a side statement?
A statement with your signature at the
Oh,
bottom?
yes.
Did you get a chance to review this?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. Did you say in your signed statement was made that same evening? Is that right?
Yes.
When things were fresh in your mind?
Yes.
And a truthful statement?
Yes.
And did you say that I saw 2 fire shots and immediately got down and hid behind the red Escape? I heard Gavino yell and heard footsteps running. Did you write that in your statement?
I don't, yeah, I did, I guess.
Would you like to see it?
Yeah, please.
May I approach on it?
Because I read it earlier, I don't remember seeing that.
I'm pointing to the middle of the statement there.
I guess he did. I'm not really sure. It's not very fresh in my mind.
All right, did you get a chance to read that over?
Yes, I did.
Again, this is your statement.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes.
And that's in your writing, is that correct?
Yes.
And then signed by your signature at the bottom.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, did you write in your statement that I saw 2 fire shots and immediately got down and hid behind the red Escape?
Yes.
I heard Gavino yell and heard footsteps running towards.
Yes.
Period. Did you say that?
Yes.
All right, that's the truth then, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you said, did you see Gavino then, Mr. Torres,
When?
after the shots were heard
Yes.
by you? Okay.
Yes.
And where was he?
Laying in the driveway face down.
Okay, was he by his car?
No.
He was not?
No.
He was not laying behind
Not-
the truck of his car?
Nowhere near his car.
Where was he laying then?
In the middle of the driveway. His car was not in the driveway.
Okay, so he wasn't even at his car?
No.
Did you go over to him?
There was people outside helping him.
I appreciate that, but did you go over to him?
No.
Okay. So you didn't see the immediate area around him, is that correct? If you didn't go over to him, you didn't see what was around him on the ground, is that right?
No.
Thank you. Now, you said you saw some people run by you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see some people go over to any particular car?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of car was that?
A white Mercedes.
Had you ever seen that car before?
No.
Okay, so an unknown person's car,
Yes.
okay. And did you see what the people did over there?
The people that ran to the car,
Yes.
they tried to open the door and
Did
then
you, how do you know that?
because I saw them,
What did you see them do
they
exactly?
the white Mercedes was parked right in front of the car that I was hiding in front of.
Right, what did you see did you see the persons do?
Say that again?
What did they do that made you think they were trying to get in the car?
They were pulling the door handle.
You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. But nobody got in the car?
No.
Okay. And then you said you ran back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, your testimony is you have no idea who was out there shooting that shot that gun that you heard 2 shots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further. Your Honor. 1 minute, Judge. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
You saw Gavino, you said he was in the driveway.
Yes,
Do you have any idea about how far away he was from where his car was parked across the street?
probably from here to those doors all the way back there.
Okay. And did he appear to be moving when you saw him?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Green, you step down, watch your step on that ramp.
People call Lieutenant Gerard.
I'm sorry.
Lieutenant Gerard. Okay. I'm sorry.
The onset of the building. All the way up front, Lieutenant. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today. Have a seat, watch your step on the ramp.
Hey, hi, Judge.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Leo Gerard, Huron Township Police Officer.
And were you working for the Huron Township Police back on August 6th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, did you go to the location of 20340 Warman Road in the city of Huron Township?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role going to that address at that time?
I was called in to run the investigation.
Okay. And when you got there, was a decedent by the name of Gavino Torres already at the scene when you got there?
No, he was gone.
Okay. So when you arrived, were you directed to any areas in the driveway where potential evidence might have been located?
Yes.
And describe where in the driveway you were directed to.
Upon arrival, I was walked up the driveway to the location closest to the house. There were 2 vehicles parked there, some materials, towels and electronics, just behind 2 vehicles and a blood stain.
All right. Now, relative to the vehicles in the driveway, where was the blood stain located?
Up in between and then back behind the bumpers of the vehicles.
So are we talking like a matter of inches, feet, more than 10 feet? Do you have any idea?
Well, ultimately, I was shown that they tracked all the way back out to the road, to the center of the road. But there, it went midway up between the 2 vehicles and back to past the bumper.
And you said there was blood also found in the roadway area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether there was a black Infiniti parked on the road anywhere?
There was, yes.
This blood that was in the road, where was it located relative to the Infiniti that was parked in the road?
So the driveway ended at the Warman Road. The Infiniti was parked almost directly opposite the driveway, a little bit further north than the driveway.
Okay, so the blood that you saw or observed in the roadway, where was that relative to where the Infiniti was parked?
It was parked, or I'm sorry, it was located, I want to say along the edge of the driveway, but right in the middle of the road itself. So almost on the crown of the dirt road.
Okay. So in the area around these cars in the driveway, do you know whether any firearms were located?
Yes, there was a pistol located just behind the rear tire of the vehicle on the right-hand side as you're looking at the back of the two cars.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
I apologize.
You said, I didn't hear what he said after it was located.
It was located towards the back, the front wheel of the vehicle on the right side as you were looking at the vehicles from the rear.
And you said it was underneath the car?
Yes.
All right. And were there any individuals who were present at the scene that night that claimed ownership of that firearm?
No.
Okay. Now, when you first arrived there, was a person by the name of Jalen Cologne in custody?
No.
All right. Did you ever become aware of him being taken into custody sometime on August 6th of 2022?
Yes, I believe he walked himself into the police station.
All right. And this person that I'm referring to, Jalen Cologne, do you see that person in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to that person, describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a green jumper with a white undershirt.
The record, the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
Now, I want to talk about any conversations he may have had with the police. So as far as you're aware, in the course of this investigation, was the first time he ever spoke to the police or was questioned by the police after he voluntarily turned himself into the police station?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, was he being held in custody for questioning?
At the point that he turned himself in?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So he was not free to leave after he turned himself into the police?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not he was ever interviewed by any members of the police department on the 6th when he initially went to the police station?
It was notated in the report that I believe Deputy Chief Newman requested to speak with him and gave him his Miranda rights.
All right. Now, have you had an opportunity to view any recorded, video recorded versions of this interview he conducted with Deputy Chief Newman?
I apologize, I did not.
Okay. Have you ever seen any forms, standardized forms that were used with Deputy Chief Newman?
Just our standard Miranda form.
May I approach you?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 2. Does that, do you recognize that document?
It is our standard Huron Township Police Department rights form.
All right. And is that the rights form? Is there any individual's names on that?
Yes, it's got the name Jalen Cologne and dated 8/6/22 at 10:28 a.m.
All right. And is that the form that you have concerning the Miranda rights that were given to the defendant by Chief Newman?
Yes.
People have moved for the admission of People's Proposed.
Can I see that again? I want to make sure it's the same one I have.
Any objections, Mr. Crooks?
No, no objection to proposed Exhibit 2.
Thank you. That'll be admitted.
Now, is it your understanding in the course of this interview with Deputy Chief Newman that the defendant asserted his right to remain silent and ended the interview?
That was my
Well,
understanding.
Judge, I need to voir dire on that in a minute.
Okay.
I'm just trying to lay a foundation before we do voir dire.
Well, there was more than that. There was a request for counsel. That's why I had to object.
To your knowledge, was the interview stopped upon his request?
Yes.
All right. Now, after the 6th, did you ever become aware that Mr. Cologne wanted to speak with the police after that point?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I was told, I believe it was.
Now,
by
this
my-
is getting into hearsay here, Your Honor.
Judge, we're essentially doing an evidentiary hearing now because Mr. Cripps has stated that he's challenging the admission of the statement that I plan on introducing. So the rules of evidence don't apply at evidentiary hearings, and I'm simply trying to establish foundational basis for the admission of this statement.
This is a preliminary examination, not an evidentiary hearing. So the rules do apply. And he's asking for hearsay at this point.
What was the question?
How did he become aware that the defendant wanted to speak with the police again?
I'll allow it.
I was advised that Defendant Cologne had told a Sumter police officer that he would like to talk to a detective about the case. So I went back and asked him if he wanted to talk and what he wanted to talk about. He stated, "I want to talk about the case."
All right, now, when you had that conversation with Mr. Cologne, was he still in the cell, or did you brought him someplace else?
No, he was still in his cell
All right, so how were you talking to him?
through a little meal slot.
Okay. And he indicated to you that he did want to speak with you again?
Yes,
Do you know whether or not this interaction between you and the defendant was recorded in any way?
it was.
Okay. So after he told you that he wished to speak with you again, did you take him out of his cell and take him someplace else?
I did not. I had another officer bring him up to the front.
Okay, so what, did you ever see him brought someplace else other than his cell?
He was brought up into our interview room, yes.
All right, and did you sit down to attempt to have another conversation?
I did, yes.
Now, before the second conversation, is this on August 7th?
Yes,
Did you advise him of his Miranda rights at that time?
I did, yes.
How did you do that?
Through that very same form, sir.
All right, so this form that I have here, it's dated August 6th. Did you use a separate form?
I apologize. Yes, a copy of the very same form, but a different form, yes.
All right, so you essentially used the same standardized form, but that one occurred on August 7th.
Yes,
All right, and how did you go over his constitutional rights with him? Did you have him read the form, or did you read it to him?
I have him read it out loud.
Okay, and when you went over his rights with him, did he appear to know and understand his rights?
Yes, I asked after each individual right, do you understand that? If not, I'll explain it further to you.
Now, did you ever raise the issue that he had, asserted his rights earlier the day before?
Yes, I did.
All right, how did you go over that?
When it came to the right to counsel, I had advised him that he had already evoked his right to counsel. And for me to talk to him any further, he would have to specifically state that he wanted to talk to me without counsel present, to which he did.
All right, and after you explained that to him, he still decided to speak with you?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're having this conversation with him on the
I guess
7th,
my objection would be is how he wouldn't know what somebody's decision making is. If it was a statement that my client made, that's a different story. The form of the question is, he made a decision.
I agree. Rephrase.
After you brought up the fact that he had earlier asserted his right to remain silent, did he ultimately agree to speak with you again?
Yes, he did.
Did you have to threaten or force him to speak with you again?
No.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol that may have affected his decision?
No.
As far as you know, was he given the opportunity to use the bathroom or have food to eat, that sort of thing?
Yes, there's a bathroom in the cell, water in the cell. We've had been fed.
Now, without getting into the content of what he said to you at this initial interview on the 7th, did the defendant later agree to do a polygraph test?
Yes,
And so did you contact anyone to arrange for a polygraph test?
we did, yes.
Who did you contact?
I believe it was FBI polygraph. I don't have the name in front of me. I'm sorry.
So did this person that you contacted to do this polygraph arrive at the Huron Township Police Station on the 7th?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether prior to this polygraph that was taken, whether or not Mr. Cologne was again given his Miranda rights?
Yes, he was.
All right. And was there a form used that memorialize that interaction with the polygraph.
Yes, sir.
Okay, approach.
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed at 3. You recognize that?
It appears to be the form that was used, yes.
All right, and does it appear to be signed by a person by the name of Jalen?
I can't really make out that, but it does look like a CO here on in the last name. And it's above the printed name of Jalen Cologne.
People who move to admit People's Proposed at 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, so did you personally participate in this polygraph test that was done?
No.
After the polygraph test was done, do you know about how long it took to do the polygraph test?
I do not recall. Hour and a half, maybe.
Okay. After that was done, are we still on August 7th? Did you speak with Mr. Cologne now a second time?
Yes.
All right, and is that still at the Huron Township Police Department?
Same room, yes.
All right. Now, the second conversation that you had with him, did you go over his Miranda rights again with him now this second time?
No.
Why did you not do that on this second occasion?
Less than a few hours had passed from or the initial time he was given his Miranda forms, and it was the third time he was issued them in less than 24 hours.
So when you started speaking to him, did Mr. Cologne ever tell you, I don't want to speak with you, I'm tired, I'm thirsty, please stop talking to me?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he wished to assert his right to remain silent, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And did you threaten him or force him to speak with you?
No.
Okay. And ultimately, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would turn this over for board here.
Mr. Gross.
Thank you. This is for board here.
No, I'm still gonna ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Where was it you came first into contact with my client?
First contact I had with him was when I went back to ask if he wanted to talk to me.
Okay, so that was at a police station?
Yes. Oh,
When
I
he was in-
apologize. Yes, sir.
When he was in custody behind bars in a cell?
On the 7th. Yes, sir.
And you received information from somebody that he wanted to talk to?
Yes, Sumter police officer.
Who did you receive that from?
I believe it was my dispatch who said that the Sumter officer had let them know.
What person told you that he wanted to talk to you?
It was, I believe, Officer DeVos from Sumter.
I'm sorry?
Officer DeVos from Sumter.
Told you personally that?
No, I can't tell you what dispatcher was working at the time that had told me.
So you have no idea who told you that?
No, sir.
Would you have any report or document or handwritten note that would refresh your memory?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after receiving that information from an unknown person, you then went back to lockup?
Yes.
And what did you say exactly?
I can't tell you exact term. I believe it was, I was told, you want to talk to me? What do you want to talk to me about? And he said, the case. And I said, you want to talk about the case? And he said, yeah. I said, I'll have somebody come back and bring you up front.
Now, did you have a conversation at that point in time about the fact that he had made a request for counsel?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Why didn't you bring that up? Was it because you didn't know or you didn't want to talk to him?
No, I would formally read him his Miranda rights again in the room.
No, I was asking why you didn't bring that up to him at that time.
And my answer is because I would give it to him formally on a Miranda
Okay.
right.
Now, you were aware he made a request for a lawyer?
I was, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was.
In fact, we saw it on the exhibit where it wrote,
refused.
Exhibit number 2 on the Miranda form that you identified in court as being done by the chief, is that correct? Or
Deputy chief.
Deputy chief?
Yes.
With deputy chief?
Mark Newman.
I'm sorry?
Mark Newman?
Newman, Deputy Chief Newman. On that form, it said refused.
Yes, sir.
So then you then took my client back into an interview room, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you by yourself?
I believe Detective Powell was with me.
Detective what?
Powell, OIC.
Okay. And did you use, what's the first thing you said to him when you brought him back to him?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Okay. So did you talk about the case at all? The
Not prior to
investigation?
Miranda. Not prior to Miranda, no, sir.
I'm sorry?
Not prior to issuing him his Miranda
All
rights
right,
again.
so let's talk about that. Did you use a Miranda form?
Yes.
Okay, could I see it, please? It wouldn't be the one that says refused on it, I assume.
No, sir.
Okay.
Let's move on while they're looking, Mr. Chris.
I'm sorry?
Let's move on while they're looking.
All right, Judge. It indicated for the record, the officer in charge is looking for that Miranda form. Thank you. All right, so you said that you used a form to advise him of his rights.
Yes, sir.
Did you go over the rights verbally with him, or you just have him read?
I had him read them aloud. I would ask him after each one if he understood, and if not, I could explain it to him.
And then did you have him sign it
Yes,
to acknowledge that he understood him?
yes.
All right. And so after you advised him of Miranda, what did you do?
I asked him to tell me what got him in my office today.
Okay, and that was you and OIC Powell doing that?
Yeah, I don't believe Detective Powell asked any questions. I believe it was just me.
I was just asking whether she's present.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And how long would you say this interview lasted?
The interview lasted maybe an hour and 15 minutes.
And it was recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the
Sure.
Here was the market defense proposes exhibit A. Could you identify that if you can?
It is, yes.
It is what?
It's the Miranda form with my signature on it.
That's the one you used?
Yes.
With Mr. Cologne, is that right?
Yes.
And that's dated 2:18 PM, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, move for the admission, Your Honor. I have no objection.
That'll come in.
Okay, so this was before you took an hour and a half statement from him.
Hour 15 minutes. I'd say probably closer
Over
to
an hour,
Yeah.
roughly. Okay, and then at the conclusion of that statement, what did you do?
I brought him back to his cell.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
I had to try to arrange for the polygraph operator to come out
And why did you do that?
because he said he would take a polygraph.
Who brought that up?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
I asked him if he would like to take a polygraph
And why did you say that to him?
because I wanted to give him an opportunity to prove that he was telling the truth.
Did you disbelieve him at that time?
Absolutely.
So that's why you asked for a polygraph?
Yes, sir.
Ask him to take a polygraph?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony is my client agreed to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you put him back in a cell?
Yes.
And then did you try to contact a polygrapher?
We did. Yes.
Did you or somebody else?
believe my chief actually handled the arrangement of making contact with them.
Okay. And then there come a point in time, did you see a polygraph person arrive? At the
Yes.
station? How long after the conclusion of your interview did that polygrapher arrive?
I don't know, sir.
A few hours later?
It would have been a few hours at least, yeah.
So my clients maintained in a jail cell for those few hours while waiting for a polygrapher to arrive.
Yes, sir.
And then when you said it may have been an FBI person who arrived?
Yeah, I believe it was FBI.
Okay. And after those, did you go back to my client in the cell?
I don't believe it was me. I believe I usually have officers go back and transport because you have to go from secure to unsecure to get up to our interview
So
room.
you told police officers to go get them?
Yeah.
And that was for purposes of the polygraph?
Yes, sir.
And where did you tell the officers to take them?
Back to the interview room.
At the police station?
Yes, sir.
Were you in that interview room?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. So you have no idea, based on your personal knowledge, whether he was given his Miranda rights?
Outside of the form that was handed to me from the polygraph
I saw
operator,
the
no.
form. I was just asking on your personal.
No, outside of that form, I have none.
Okay. Well, the form you're referring to is, I think it's exhibit number 3. Is that correct? You said you saw the form, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that what that form specifically says is Federal Bureau of Investigation consent to interview with polygraph. Is that correct?
I didn't read it that closely, but sure.
I'm showing you exhibit 3.
Okay. Are you speaking of down here?
I'm sticking at the top of the form. What type of
Federal
form?
Bureau of Investigation consent to interview with polygraph. Yes,
All
sir.
right, so the Miranda rights on this form are on the form that says consent to interview with polygraph. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wait a second. Yes, Judge, just to clarify, they're both documents that were used in this polygraph, but these are different documents. People's Exhibit 3, which I'm holding, does not have the consent to interview polygraph at the top of it.
But this is the one I was provided with.
I mean, but
Now I have this marked. I move the admission of defense proposed to you, Your Honor.
no, Judge.
Okay, so you weren't in the room to know exactly what was done
No, sir.
or what forms were signed or used.
Other than those, no.
Right, okay. And did you remain at the police station?
Yes.
How long did that polygraph last?
I couldn't tell you specifically, sir. It had to be an hour at least.
All right. So on top of the over a couple hours for the polygraph to arrive, now we have another hour going by in the polygraph room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did there ever come a time you came into contact with my client again?
Yes, after the polygraph was over.
After it was over? And when did you go into that room where the polygraph was taking place?
Yes, I did.
Who was in the room at that time?
Polygraph operator, myself, and I believe Detective Powell again.
Okay, and did you say anything when you went in there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I asked him if he'd like to give me a more honest account of what took place.
Okay, that's what you said to him. When you said that to him, was the polygrapher still there?
Yes.
And Detective Powell?
Yes.
Did you go over his Miranda rights again?
I did not.
Okay. You could have gone over the rights.
Could have, yes.
Could have used another form to go over them, is that correct?
I could have, but it's not needed.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Were you advised by the polygrapher as a result of the polygraph?
I was.
Was that in the presence of my client?
No.
But you were made aware that he was told that he flunked the polygraph?
I don't know that that's the case. He told me that he did not pass the polygraph.
Who told you?
The polygrapher.
Okay, so the polygrapher told you that Mr. Kalan did not pass?
Yes.
Correct? When you came in to that room, did you tell my client that he didn't pass?
No.
You didn't bring that up at all?
I did not.
And you don't know if the polygrapher did in your presence?
I don't think he did.
But you're not sure?
Not, yeah, I don't recall, but.
Why,
no, I don't
why
believe he did.
didn't you talk to him about the fact he didn't pass?
I didn't need to.
What did you say exactly to him then?
I wouldn't be able to give you an exact phrase without.
So you may
reviewing
have
the
said, when
video.
you flunked a polygraph, you better talk to him.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You just said you don't remember what you said to him.
I can't tell you exactly what I said without reviewing forms or a video. But I don't believe I said you passed, you flunked your polygraph.
So you thought that just because a number of hours had gone by that he had been given his Miranda rights by you, that was okay to go ahead without Miranda?
Yes, sir.
And again, you didn't make inquiry as to whether Mr. Cologne was advised that he had flunked the polygraph or not from the polygrapher, is that correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. Then you went ahead and took the second statement from him.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, but I would object to admission of a statement, Your Honor, here. He's in police custody all this time, and we know this whole scenario of events started out with a request for counsel and a refusal to proceed after being advised of Miranda by Assistant Chief Newman. Then he was put back in a jail cell, and then this officer received information that he wanted to talk further.
Counsel.
Yeah.
I was listening. I
Okay.
heard all the testimony.
All right.
Give me your argument. You don't have to recant.
My
this.
argument is that he should have been Mirandized another time after this, after hours later, after this polygraph is given, after he's in a jail cell. I guess the viability, I'd say, of the original Miranda rights went away after the time of the totality of the circumstances. He's incarcerated. He's locked in the jail cell. Hours have gone by. It's in the early morning hours, or presumably without him sleeping. And we have that significant break here is the polygraph in terms of the efficacy of the strength of the Miranda rights going by. And he knew, this officer knew that in fact my client had flunked the polygraph. And we can assume that he was advised my client was advised by the polygrapher that he didn't pass the polygraph. So we believe that that's a significant break of the viability of the original rights that were given by this officer. He should have given to him again if he wanted to proceed.
Response?
Well, Your Honor, there are cases directly on point on this issue. People versus Godboldo, that's Godboldo, 158 Mishap 603, states that the police officers are not required to reread a defendant's Miranda rights prior to each interrogation. And furthermore, People v. Clark, that's at 330 Mishap 392. There's no bright line rule that requires the police to read Miranda rights when a defendant initiates a contact with the police after having been Mirandized. The test is whether, under the totality of circumstances, the defendant voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently waived his right to counsel. And in this case, the defendant is in custody for less than 36 hours. He's given his Miranda rights at least 3 times. The defendant apparently is knowingly and intelligently aware of his Miranda rights because he asserts his Miranda rights on the first occasion. That is honored by the police. The interview is ceased, and then the defendant reinitiates contact with the police voluntarily. He has again read his Miranda rights. The defendant agrees to undergo a polygraph. At that time, he's again given his Miranda rights again. There's no bright line rule that would support Mr. Cripps's argument. And under the circumstances, I believe it's clear that he knowingly and intelligently agreed to speak with the police.
Thank you, Mr. Cripps.
I'm aware of those cases and they don't really apply here because we have a special factor that's not present in those, and that's the polygraph. And there is a federal district court case, United States versus Daniel Fluks, F-L-U-C-K-E-S, issued by federal judge Paul Borman back in 2018, which in a nutshell essentially says that and also Wyrick, W-Y-R-I-C-K versus Fields, U.S. Supreme Court case from 1982, which essentially says that a second waiver might be required where the circumstances change so seriously that the answers no longer were voluntary answers to Miranda, that is, because there was a polygraph involved. And the Paul Borman decision in Flukes issued an opinion finding a post-polygraph confession involuntary in violation of the right to counsel, where a waiver was more limited, the waiver for the for the polygraph, and where interrogation process was drawn out over hours. So essentially, I'm arguing for the totality of the circumstances here. We have this unique feature of my client was there for a number of hours, initially refused, then waived his rights later time, but then he's put back in a cell, and then some time goes by, polygraph is done for over an hour, and then he's re-interviewed again. I suggest to the court that the circumstances here is that the Miranda that was given to any person with a limited amount of understanding, like a lay person, would believe that the Miranda was for the purposes of the polygraph. And he should have been re-Mirandized after the polygraph was completed.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. If the first interview was the polygraph only, I might buy your argument. But you've already been given Miranda 2 times when there was no polygraph involved. I'm going to allow the statement to go forward. Let's move on.
This is the one you have it. I don't know if he has or not.
What are you looking for?
That's exhibit A.
Oh, maybe it's not. There it is.
That's my copy. All right. We'll have to make a copy, Dan. All right. So the first interview that you had with Mr. Cologne, this again is the interview prior to the polygraph being given. Did you ask Mr. Cologne if he had been located at the Warman Road address around the time of the shooting?
I did not ask that specifically, but it came out throughout the interview.
All right. So what did Mr. Cologne tell you about this, at least initially?
Judge, have you made a final ruling on this?
Yeah, I'm okay with the statement.
I'm sorry.
I'm okay with the statement.
Okay.
I'm not buying your argument about the polygraph.
I asked him what got him to my station. And it started out with the statements of him being jumped by the victim and several of his friends recently or within the last month. After he moved through that, he told me that he was showing up to a party that he found out about on an open Snapchat. And that's what brought him to the location.
All right. So Mr. Cologne told you that he had a prior history with Gavino Torres?
Yes.
And what did he say that prior history was?
He was at a party approximately a month prior and was jumped by Gavino and a few of his friends. And then they again met up at Sam Jam a few weeks prior and had words, which ultimately ended up with them shaking hands and everybody going their own way.
Okay. So did Mr. Cologne ever tell you what occurred when did he ever tell you whether he ran into Gavino on August 6th? at this Warman Road address?
Yes, he did.
What did he initially tell you about his first interaction with Mr. Torres?
Said he was walking up to the party with his friends, and he saw Gavino and two people walking away from the party. And Gavino asked, "Are you Jalen?"
And did he say that anything happened after this initial question by Mr. Torres?
He said that Gavino continued to walk to his car, to the trunk, and he and his friends followed him over to the car.
All right. And did he say anything occurred after he was near the trunk area of Mr. Torres's car?
He did. He said, and this is from the first interview, he said that he heard a gun rack and then saw him point the gun at his cousin. I apologize, but I didn't reference which of the two he was referring to as his cousin at that time. And then he heard 4 shots and did not see them and then ran.
So at least initially, did Mr. Colon ever tell you that he was in possession of a firearm during this initial interview?
No, he denied having a firearm.
All right. Did he say that he had any potential weapons available to him during this initial interview?
He did. He stated that after he had that weapon pointed at his cousin in his direction, and heard the 4 shots, he ran to his vehicle and attempted to get a small BB gun that he holds in the vehicle in order to defend himself and his cousins.
Now, did you ever ask him specifically whether he had access to a functional firearm in this initial interview?
I believe I asked, yeah, if his has any in his house or his dad has any. Said he has what he called a home gun, which he stated was an AR-15 style rifle, and his dad has some handguns.
All right. Now, during this initial interview, did Mr. Colon ever say that Mr. Torres ever pointed a gun at him?
I only recall the specific statement of he pointed it at my cousin, but I believe it was inferred as being, it was out at all of them because they were all within a 3-foot span of each other.
Did Mr. Colon ever tell you what the lighting conditions were out there at that time?
He did. He stated it was pitch black.
Okay. Did he ever say whether he had to use anything in order to help himself see?
Yeah, at some points of the interview, he stated that he used his flashlight from his phone to see things, but he stated he never saw the muzzle break, the flashes of the weapon being fired 4 times because it was too dark.
Did you ever ask him any follow-up questions about how he was able to see a gun being racked without being able to see a gun being fired?
I don't believe he ever said he saw the gun being racked. He heard it being racked.
Now, did you ever ask him directly about, again, in this first interview, about whether he shot Mr. Torres?
I did.
And what was his answer?
He did not. He never had a gun. He never shot him.
Did he ever tell you who shot Mr. Torres in this first interview?
No, he was never able to say who he believed shot the victim.
So what occurred that brought this issue of a polygraph up?
The fact that he had stated he was within 3 to 5 feet of Gavino, who was holding a gun in his direction at his cousin, who was in between the two of them with his hands up, hearing 4 shots, never seeing the shots or who shot. I advised him that his statements were untruthful, and honestly, nobody could believe that that could occur, specifically since every witness on scene at that point had claimed to only hear 2 shots fired. So I advised that I would give him a polygraph if he wanted to stick with the story he was offering.
All right. And did he agree to take a polygraph at that time?
He did, yes.
All right. And so you've already testified that you weren't present during the polygraph, correct?
I was not.
What caused you to go in and speak with Mr. Cologne after the polygraph had been done?
Polygrapher came back out and advised me that the test was over. He had failed the polygraph and I could go back in and speak with him.
All right. Now, how did Mr. Cologne appear to you when you saw him after the polygraph?
He was crying and sitting in the chair crying.
And did you ask him anything when you came back into the room?
Yes, I gave him some water, some tissue, and asked him, I believe, if he wanted to go about telling me truthfully what took place.
All right. And so what did he say in response to that?
He told me he didn't mean to kill him. Stated that he pulled out, he being the victim, pulled a gun from a bag from the trunk, racked it. So he pulled his gun out of his pocket and racked it and shot the victim twice.
Did he ever tell you where, did the defendant ever tell you where his gun was prior to him shooting Mr. Torres?
Yes, it was in his pocket.
Did he ever tell you why he shot Mr. Torres?
Not specifically, just he alluded to the fact that he had a weapon pointed and cocked at him.
Did you ever ask him how many times he shot Mr. Torres?
I did.
What did he tell you?
2.
And did you ever ask him whether, if he knew whether or not Mr. Torres ever fired his gun?
I did.
And what was his response?
He did not know.
Did you ever ask him what he did after he shot Mr. Torres?
I did.
What was his response?
He stated he ran towards his vehicle and then off into the woods.
Did you ever ask him what he did with the firearm that he had used to shoot Mr. Torres?
I did. He stated he threw it somewhere in the woods.
Okay. Did you ever ask him if he had any cellular devices in his possession that night?
I did.
And what was his response to that?
He stated he lost that in the woods as well.
Did you ever ask the defendant how he obtained the firearm that he used?
I did. He stated he purchased it from someone, I want to say Ghost Rider or Ghost Baby, something along those lines is a screen name on the east side of Detroit for $400.
Did he ever tell you when he purchased the gun?
Approximately 2 weeks earlier.
2 weeks prior to the shooting of Mr. Torres?
Yes.
Did he ever say why he purchased the gun?
I have something in my mind about him saying people were stealing from him, but I would have to review my video in more in depth to answer that 100% for you, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Cripps, your witness.
Thank you, Hunter. So how many interviews did you sit through with Mr. Kalan?
2, sir.
2?
Yes.
Okay. And were they both post polygraph?
No, sir.
One was before polygraph.
Yes, sir.
Now, there was an interview done after the polygraph, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you present during that interview?
Yes, sir.
Polygrapher and my client?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask about that interview. And after the post polygraph interview that you sat through, you didn't advise him of Miranda, is that correct?
No, I did not.
And then later on, when you interviewed him on your own, you didn't advise him of Miranda, is that correct?
That was the only interview I did post polygraph, sir.
Oh. All right, so during the post polygraph, Mr. Kalan said that he received there was a general invite to the party that he went to, is that correct?
That's what he stated, yes, sir.
So he and his friends went to the party, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he described what happened after or just before the shooting occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
And he testified that he saw Mr. Torres go over to Mr. Torres's vehicle.
Yes.
And Mr. Kalan said he saw Mr. Torres pull his gun from a bag in the trunk of Mr. Torres's car.
Yes.
And then he saw Mr. Torres proceed to rack that firearm.
Yes.
And he said that Mr. Torres, after racking the firearm, pointed it at Jalen Kalan and his friends.
Yes.
Mr. Kalan then told you that he felt threatened.
I don't believe that was said.
If I were to show you a summary of that interview, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach on it?
Sure.
Show the second paragraph from the bottom where it says felt threatened.
Is this my report, sir?
It's a summary of the interview. I've seen if this refreshes your memory.
Where am I looking?
Where it says felt threatened, right there.
I don't know what this form is. If that's,
That form is a summary of the polygrapher.
is it a transcript of the?
No, I got it from the prosecutor.
Okay. I would have to review my report and my video to tell you if that was said, but I mean, it's quite possible it was.
You don't deny that Mr. Kalan said he felt threatened after he saw the gun pointed at him, do you?
I don't believe he would, no. I mean, I don't believe that I would feel threatened in that position. So
Well, I understand that, but you don't deny that he said that during the interview.
I'm telling you, I can't recall if he said that or not.
All right, then Mr. Kalan admitted that after he saw the gun pointed at he and his friends, that Mr. Kalan retrieved his gun from his pants.
His pocket.
And pointed the gun at Torres and shot it 2 times, is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you now, the one thing I do recall from that exchange is that he was specific about pulling it from his pocket, not his pants. In that form.
Pants pocket, excuse me, pants pocket.
Okay. Repeat the questions.
It's only after the gun was pointed at he and his friends that he pulled the gun out, is
Yes.
essentially what I'm asking.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to go to your second interview that you had with my client, which I guess would be the last one. That would be the second one. Is that correct?
No, that was the second interview.
Okay.
The first interview was
All right.
polygraph.
And not only did Mr. Kalan, as you agreed, said that the gun was pointed at he and his friends, but Mr. Kalan also said that after Galvino Torres racked the gun, he pointed it at at Armando's head.
Yes.
And that would be the person that was with Mr. Kalan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
During the interview that you were with Mr. Kalan stated, quote, he was scared and didn't mean to kill Mr. Torres.
That was the post polygraph interview. Yes, sir.
Whatever one it was, that's what Mr. Kalan said. Is that correct?
That particular phrasing of it, I can't testify to, but he did say, I didn't mean to kill him.
He stated he was scared and didn't mean to kill him. That's what he said. Is that correct?
I know he said I didn't mean to kill him.
If I were to show you the investigator's report prepared by Officer in Charge Powell, would that refresh your memory?
possible, if you could show me my report.
Right there where it says he was scared.
Okay.
You get a chance to read that over?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Khan said that before he fired, he said he was scared and didn't mean to kill him. Is that right?
Okay, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we've gone over the important parts of this statement. You said you went to the scene, is that correct?
I was at the scene, yes, sir.
And when you were at the scene, you said you saw some vehicles on the road?
Yes.
And was there a vehicle associated with Mr. Torres there, or was it already moved?
Yes, Mr. Torres's vehicle, the victim, Gavino's vehicle was there, yes.
It was there?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you know that was his vehicle?
Witnesses had told us.
You told you?
No, other officers.
Oh, so other officers told you that that was Mr. Torres's car?
Yes, sir.
Did you go over to the car?
Only briefly to look and see if there was any blood around it or firearms or casings.
Well, did you see a firearm?
Not in the vehicle, no, or around the vehicle.
You didn't see the gun on the ground there?
No.
There were other police officers who were at the scene before you, is that correct?
Yes.
That presumably handled the evidence.
Not the weapon that you're speaking of. That was found next to a vehicle that was up the drive by a house where the victim ran to and collapsed.
Okay, you didn't see the gun.
I didn't see the gun there.
Okay. But you didn't see a gun near the car? Mr. Torres's car?
Mr. Torres was parked in the street.
Did you see a gun near Mr. Torres's car?
No, sir, absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Did you ever see if there were any casings, cartridge casings in the area of the suspected scene?
There were.
And where were these fired cartridge casings located?
The casings were anywhere from 12 to 20 feet from the rear side of where the victim's vehicle's bumper was, and midway between the crown and the shoulder of the road. So about a quarter of the way into the roadway, 12 to 20 feet off of the bumper.
So they're in the street rather than in the driveway?
Yes, they were in the street.
I don't have any.
Nothing further, Judge.
Watch your step, Liz.
At this point, I don't have any other witnesses.
Any defense witnesses?
Judge, I need to call an officer who recovered the gun at the scene. Mr. Torres's gun. I thought he was going to be here today to testify.
I thought we were satisfied before we started that as long as the presence of a vehicle or a firearm next to the vehicle was established by other officers, you'd be satisfied.
No, Judge, I thought he was going to testify as to what my discovery shows is that Mr. Torres's gun was found right underneath the, I believe, the trunk area of the car.
It was, just not the victim's car. The testimony was that the firearm was found underneath a vehicle, but it wasn't the victim's vehicle.
That's why I need that officer, because I believe that's what that officer's testimony would be.
There's no report or indication from anywhere that the gun was found underneath Mr. Torres' car, so I mean, I'm totally willing to stipulate the facts to try and be more efficient here, but I don't even think if we had that officer, he would testify like this.
Mr. Cripps, I'll give you a minute to find what you're talking about in discovery.
Yeah. Right here. That's all I have. You have that officer. I believe we have a stipulation here.
I'm happy to hear it.
If an officer SCHURIG were to testify, we reached a stipulation that his testimony would be, quote, this is Officer Sharik's report, quote, I began to assess the scene. I observed 2 cell phones to be on the ground where Gavino was lying by the vehicle. I also located the listed 380 Walther PK firearm / backstrap underneath the same vehicle that Gavino had been located under. The firearm was covered in blood and appeared to have been dropped by Gavino due to close proximity of it to where he was located. The firearm back strap was later collected by Trooper ANSCHUETZ and turned over to me. End of quote.
I'm fine stipulating that that's what he would testify.
Thank you for the stipulation. Anything else? Or are we ready for our?
Yes, we would call Nolan Bryant the witness standing on.
All right.
Would you give the court reporter name and take the Take the witness stand, sir.
Right up there. Oh, watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand, swear affirm to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, have a seat. You guys ready? When you're ready, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Honor. In a loud and clear voice, state your name for the record, please.
Nolan Bryant.
And Mr. Bryant, I'd like you to direct your attention back to August 6, 2022. Did you have occasion to go to 20340 Warham Road, Huron Township?
What was that?
Warham Road.
No, what did you say?
Warman.
Warman Road. Were you on Warman Road?
Where was I?
Yes.
I don't know the street name.
Did you happen to go to a party that night?
Yeah, we were going to.
And who was we?
Me, Mondo, Jalen, Jody, and Jada.
Okay, so when you say Jalen, who are you referring to?
Jalen.
Do you know his last name?
Cologne.
All right, indicated for the record, he pointed at my client here at the defense
Noted.
counsel table. And you said you went with someone named Mondo?
Yes,
Do you know-
Armando.
Armando, do you know his last name?
Lopez.
Okay, and you mentioned another person?
Yeah. Yuritsa and Jada.
Just sit still for me, okay? Say that again, I'm sorry.
Yuritsa and Jada.
Okay, so that's 5?
Yes.
And so you went to a party, is that correct?
Yes.
At night, is that correct?
Yes.
And whose car did you go in?
Armando's.
Okay. Was Mr. Kalan in your car or a different vehicle?
Different vehicle.
Okay. And when you went to that location, did you get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you go to the party location?
We were walking up the driveway to get to the party.
Thank you. And who were you walking up the driveway with?
Jalen, Armando, Yuritsa, and Jada.
Okay, they had arrived, and some of them have arrived in a different car.
Yes.
All right. And when you went to the party, was it outside or inside?
I'm pretty sure it was inside, but
Okay.
I'm not too sure because we didn't make it there.
You didn't make it there. So
No.
what prevented you from making it there?
We asked if the party was still going. Some people said no, so we was walking back.
Wait 1 minute.
Thank you, Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you said you didn't make it to the party, you started walking back.
Yes.
And who was the we that started walking back?
Me, Jalen, Armando, Jody, well, Yuritsa, and Jada.
And where were you walking back to?
To our cars.
Okay. And where were the cars parked?
Like down the block to the left.
Okay. And did something unusual happen as you're walking back to the car?
Yes.
What was that, sir?
As we was walking back, I heard Jalen, and then people started arguing and stuff.
All right. Jalen and some people were arguing? Is that what you just said?
Jalen and Gavino.
All right. Who, do you know Galvino's last name?
No.
Okay. But you knew the person by Galvino, is that right?
Yes.
Galvino, excuse
Yes.
me. Okay. And what did you see happen next?
Gavino was digging in his trunk of his car.
Say that again?
He was digging in the trunk of his car.
Digging, I didn't hear that word. Okay,
Yeah.
digging in the trunk of what car?
His.
Okay, and you saw that with your own two eyes?
Yes.
And what did you see next?
He pulled out a gun and.
Who's he?
Gavino.
You
Pulled
saw
out a
him?
gun and cocked it and pointed at me, Jalen, and Armando.
Okay, and so you saw him dig in his trunk and pulled out a gun.
Yes.
You saw the gun, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Galvino do, Torres do with the gun?
He pointed at us.
And again, us being,
Me, Jalen, and Armando.
okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt scared.
What did you think was gonna happen?
I thought I was gonna die.
So when the gun was trained on you and Mr. Kalan and the Armando, is that what you said?
Yes.
What did you see happen next?
Me and Armando, we put our hands up and we started walking
Show
back
the judge how you put your hands up.
like this.
Indicating for record like a surrender position, hands up in the air.
No,
All right. So after you
And,
did you think he was going to shoot the gun?
Yes, and
Oh.
Armando told him to put the gun down.
All right. So Mondo said to who?
To Gavino, just put the gun down.
What happened next?
He said, no, it ain't. He said, no, it ain't like none of that.
Keep
Basically.
your voice up for me.
He said, no.
All right. Gavino said no.
Yes.
And then what did you see?
I didn't see none after that. I just heard another gun cock, and then I heard 2 shots, and I started running because I thought I was getting shot at.
You thought you were being shot at?
Yes.
But you know for sure, you remember Gavino going into his trunk,
Yes.
pulling out a gun,
Yes.
pointing at you, Mr. Kalan and Mondo,
Yes.
and refused to put that gun down when asked to.
Yes.
And then you said you heard 2 shots. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Mr. Torres make a statement, quote, "What's up now, nigga," end of quote, as he pointed the gun?
Who?
Mr. Gavino.
He said what?
Did you ever hear Mr. Gavino Torres make a statement, "What's up now, nigga"?
Yes.
And when did Mr. Gavino?
Objection, this is all leading now.
Well, did you hear that statement?
And it's hearsay.
Well, it's not
let's
for the
take it one
truth.
at a time.
Yeah, okay.
It was leading, but you already got it out. Let's talk about hearsay.
I don't believe it's hearsay. It's obviously made by the deceased and is to go to the issue of the actions, not so much what was said, but the actions that were undertaken as to the shots fired and why they were fired.
Anything else?
I don't think that falls under any exception to the hearsay rules that I'm aware
Mr. Cripps?
I think it falls in to show that there is a lawful self-defense here, Judge. And so I think that's what it's being offered for.
Well, I think that's what it's being offered for too, but
Yeah.
is that an exception?
I think it is, Your Honor. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted in terms of the statement being made.
So you're arguing it's not hearsay because it's not for the truth.
Right.
I'll allow it.
When Mr. Gavino Torres was pointing the gun, what did you hear him say?
What's up now, nigga? That's what he did.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
All right, if you don't understand the question of the master, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you went to this party out in Huron Township. Did you know whose house you're going to?
No, sir.
All right, are you familiar with that area at all?
No, sir.
And this is at like 2 o'clock in the morning, is that fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes.
All right. Whose idea was it to go out there?
Jalen.
Jalen?
Yes.
All right, so what did he tell you about why you were going out there?
There was no reason. He asked if we wanted to go to a party and we said yes.
That was all he said about it, just you want to go to a party?
Yes.
All right. And so where were you at before you came up with the idea to go out to Huron Township?
I was at my house.
Okay, you don't have to give me the address, but what city is that in?
Detroit.
All right, so how long did it take you to get from where you were at in Detroit to out in Huron Township?
I can't say. I don't really know.
Okay. Half an hour, you think, at least?
I'm not sure.
All right. In any event, all you got, there's at least what, 5 of you there?
Yes.
In 2 different cars, right?
Yes.
And you get there and you get out of your car and you parked on the street, right?
Yes.
And do you get inside the house or by the pool area, anything like that?
No.
All right. So as soon as you get there, you said that somebody came and said, oh, the party's over, something like
As
that?
was walking up the driveway. Yes.
Okay. Somebody said, oh, party's over?
Yeah, like the party is like ending. So it's like no point to be here. So we just gonna go.
Now there are some cars parked all in the driveway and on the street in this whole area, right?
Yes.
You never went up into the house to see what was going on and see whether or not the party was actually still going on?
No.
Just all of you just decided amongst yourselves, we're all just going to turn right back around, get back in our cars and leave.
Yes.
After you drove out there at 2:30 in the morning.
Yes.
All right. So when you got out there, what was the lighting like in the street and driveway area?
Dark.
Okay. Were there any street lights on?
Not that I remember of, no.
Do you remember any car headlights or anything like that?
No.
All right. So was there any way for you to really see other than if you had like a flashlight on your phone on?
Yeah, you can see just barely though. Depends on how far you guys are away.
Just barely. Now, this area, there's like a residential area on one side of the street with houses, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, so there's a street, right, where this party's supposed to be at, right?
Yeah.
Now, all along on one side of the street, there are houses. I'm talking the side of the street where the party's at.
Yeah.
Right. Now, on the other side of that street, it's like a farmland. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. So there's no light coming from any front porches or anything like that, except for one side of the street, right?
Yes.
And now the car that you said Gavino's car, right? That's parked on the side of the street where there's like farmland and woods and stuff, right?
Yes.
Right. So there are no lights on that side of the street.
No.
So you get to the driveway, you find out there's no party, and then you immediately start heading back to your cars that you came in, right?
Yes.
And you said, how long did it take you to get from when you heard in the driveway that there was no party to go back in your car? Like how long?
We never made it to the cars.
All right. So we're talking like less than a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in that less than a minute time, you're saying that Gavino was in his trunk.
Yes.
All right. Now, had you seen him cross your path as you were walking up the driveway?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember seeing like a girl and another guy besides Gavino crossing your path?
No.
Okay. So other than the people who told you the party was over, nobody else crossed your path?
No.
And so there was nothing that was blocking you or Jalen from walking back to your car, right?
No.
And you're saying Gavino's at his trunk and he's looking around in his trunk, right?
Yes,
All right. You said that's when an argument started happening, right?
yes,
All right, now they got a history, Gavino and Jalen, right?
yes,
You knew about that, right?
yes.
Were you personally friends with Gavino prior to that whole beef between him and Jalen?
No, I don't know him.
Okay, so you only know him based on what Jalen has told you about him,
Yeah,
right? And you said a guy named Armando was there?
yes,
What's his relationship to Jalen?
cousin,
Cousin. And are you related to Jalen or are you just friends?
friends,
How long have you been friends for?
since we were little.
All right, so you're a longtime friend, Armando's his family member, and Jalen's there, right?
Yes,
You got some guy there that he's been having problems with, right?
yes,
And was he just at the car by himself?
yes.
All right, so you're saying who started the argument?
Gavino.
All right, so he starts arguing, and then the three of you guys go up and confront him, right?
No,
No?
no, it's already an argument happening.
Right, but you stop
And
what you're doing.
to get to our cars, we have to go by his car.
Right, but there's nobody stopping you from going to your car, right?
No,
So you stop walking towards your cars so you can have the argument with Gavino.
yes,
All right. So now it's the three of you guys. Were the girls that you were with you too?
no, there was like somewhere over there.
Now the three of you guys are arguing with Gavino, right?
Yes,
And things are getting loud now, right?
yes,
You know, guys cussing at each other, you know, getting angry.
yes,
Okay. And so prior to this whole incident, right? Had you ever seen Jalen with a gun that night?
no,
So if he had a gun, it was in his clothing or something like that because you didn't see it,
nope,
right?
never saw it.
Okay. So if he had one, it must have been in his clothing,
Judge
right?
asked that forward question. He said he didn't see one.
I'm asking, if he had one, you wouldn't have been able to see it, right?
I guess not. I didn't see it. So I don't know where it could have been at.
So you're saying that during the course of this argument, that's when Gavino pulls the gun, right?
Yes,
All right. Now, when he pulls the gun, you don't take off running. Right?
no,
You put your hands up and what, slowly back away?
yes,
And you said Armando did the same thing, right?
yes.
Where was Jalen when all that happened?
He was like on the right side of us.
Right side of us. Do you see him start backing us away?
I don't know. I was looking at Gavino.
Okay, so you're just focused on him. So you don't know whether or not Jalen had a gun in his hands, do you?
No, I don't know.
Right. And you weren't paying attention to him during the argument, right? Because you were
No.
focused on Gavino, right?
Yes,
So you don't know if Jalen was pointing a gun at Gavino or brought out a gun first, do you?
no,
So, did you say that did you hear Gavino rack a gun?
yes,
All right, and did you see him rack it?
yes.
How far away were you from Gavino when you heard him rack or saw him rack?
Probably from where you're standing at to where I am.
All right, so less than 10 feet,
Yeah, maybe like 6 feet. Something.
but the lighting was good enough that you could clearly see him rack a gun?
Yes.
Okay. When he racked the gun, is that when you take off running?
No,
So did you see him fire the gun?
I don't know who was firing the gun.
So you don't know if he was shooting, right?
Yeah, so when I heard shots, I just took off running as soon as I heard the shots.
So you didn't have a gun, right?
No,
Did you ever see Armando with a gun?
no,
Did you ever see Jalen with a gun?
no.
So when you take off running, where do you go?
I take off running into like that little farmland that you were just saying.
Did you ever try getting in one of the cars that you came in?
No,
Why not?
because they were locked. We locked them.
So did you ever try opening the door and did you realize that they were locked?
No, I don't feel like I should have a reason to go into the car because it's not my car and I don't have the keys.
Were you trying to flee this person that's shooting at you?
How would I be able to flee if I don't have the keys to the car?
Well, I mean, if the car was unlocked, you could get in the car, somebody else could get in the car and you could drive away, right?
With what keys?
Who drove there?
Armando.
All right, Armando was right with you, right?
No, he wasn't.
Where did he go?
He took off running a different way.
Okay, so you all scatter in different directions, right?
Yes.
Do you ever meet up with any of the girls or Armando or Jalen?
Yes, I was.
Hold on, after you take off running?
Yes, I took off running with the girls.
Okay, so now by this time they are with you, right?
2 girls, yes.
Okay, and who are they?
Yuritsa and Jada.
Okay, do you know where they were when the shots were fired?
No. There was like we were right here. They was probably like right here, a little bit further away.
And so when you took off running on foot, you said you went to this like farm or forest area?
Yes.
Right. And the police got there, right?
Yes.
How long did it take for the police to get there?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes probably.
All right. So when the police got there, did you immediately come out of wherever you were hiding and say, "Oh, please, thank you for saving me"?
No, I went out there like probably like 20 minutes after they got there.
Okay, so you waited 20 minutes after the police were there to get to the safety of the police.
Yes.
And they took you back to the police station, right?
Yes.
And it was at the police station where you told the police the story about Gavino racking the gun and with your hands up, blah, 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 right?
No, I didn't say nothing there.
Right, you didn't say anything to the police there, did you?
No.
Right, and you had an opportunity to talk to the police.
No, I didn't have a lawyer to speak with me and I was a minor.
Well, you didn't do anything wrong, did you?
No.
Right, so you wanted to talk to a lawyer before you talked to the police?
I would like to have my lawyer there, yes.
Because this person had pointed a gun at you and you were afraid for your life, so you thought you needed a lawyer?
Yes.
I don't have any.
Mr. Cripps.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Bryant, you can sit down, watch your step. Anything else, Mr. Cripps? Better wait outside. In the hallway.
Could you go back out in the hallway, sir? No further witnesses on behalf of the defense. Your Honor.
Any rebuttal?
No, Judge.
Ready for argument?
Judge, I would move to bind the defendant over as charged. I believe this is a question of fact for trial fact. We got competing accounts of what happened between Ms. Gianna Green, the defendant, Mr. Bryant. The defendant has claimed that he acted in self-defense. It's contradicted by the testimony of Ms. Green. But the defendant does admit that he had the firearm in his possession and he fired the weapon shooting Mr. Torres. He admits that the gun was in his pocket prior to the shots being fired. I believe there is a basis for a fact finder to determine whether or not the defendant truly acted in self-defense, or whether or not his statement, like his prior statement, which was not the truth, was a self-serving statement meant to minimize his own culpability. So I would ask the court to bind the defendant over.
Thank you, Mr. Cripps.
Thank you, Hunter. There's no contradiction here between the witnesses, Your Honor, as to the major points that were made. Because Ms. Green quite candidly didn't see a lot of what occurred out there, other than saying she heard 2 shots. So really the important testimony came here from Nolan Bryant at the end, who saw things from beginning to end. Nolan Bryant said that he came along with my client and Mr. Armando Lopez and 2 other people to do nothing but what a lot of young people do, which is to go to a party at night. They arrived at that location with no ill intentions. They arrived at that location, were walking up the driveway to attend the party. However, as Mr. Bryant said, he was told the party was over. And so they turned and were walking away. And that's when the encounter with Mr. Gavino Torres occurred. Now, it's pretty clear based on Mr. Bryant's testimony that everything that occurred on behalf of those young persons, that being Mr. Bryant, Mr. Lopez, and Jalen Colon, was done in self-defense. Well, there may have been a verbal argument going on, but that occurs many times. But it is Mr. Gavino Torres who took it to another level. He's the one that went, according to Mr. Bryant, to his vehicle. Mr. Torres went to the trunk of the vehicle, was digging around in the vehicle, pulled a handgun out of the vehicle, and with that handgun, he racked it. That was all heard and seen by Nolan Bryant. And then he pointed it at those young men. And in a very life-threatening situation. And so threatening that two of the men put their hands up in fear of being shot. And then we have the additional statement made by Mr. Torres, one that could be interpreted as threat, as essentially what you're going to do now, in a words that I don't want to say at that point in time. And it was based, in situations like this, it can never be described better than someone who was there at the time. And the person who was there at the time, Mr. Bryant, said he felt threatened and he felt he was going to be shot by Mr. Torres. And it's then at that point in time, the two shots rang out. And Mr. Bryant doesn't know who actually shot those shots, because he said that he was focusing at that time his attention on Mr. Torres, concerned that he was going to be shot at that moment. I think the judge at this point in time, it leads all the way up to a perfected defense of self-defense. That obviously the prosecution is arguing that my client shot and killed Mr. Torres. But we had to present to you the whole background as to why that occurred. And we have the statements that were introduced into evidence by the police regarding statements that my client made. He voluntarily walked into the police station. Would this all have been better if from the start he said what he concluded in his final statement? Yeah, it would have been a lot better, but eventually the truth came out over a period of time after a number of statements that were taken from my client. And my client's statement, as described by the detective on the witness stand, is one basically of self-defense. That ultimately he said to the detective in his final statement that he saw Mr. Torres pull his gun from the bag in the trunk of the car, proceeded to rack it, pointed at Mr. Kalan and his friends. Mr. Kalan felt threatened. Kalan admitted that he retrieved his gun and shot at him 2 times. Judges, this is a pure case of self-defense. As we know, the case law in Michigan is very clear. You don't have to wait until you're shot dead. You don't have to wait till you're physically assaulted before you can take actions on your behalf to protect not only your own life from being taken, but also your friends. At that scene, Mr. Kalan had not only concern about his own life being taken by the gun that was racked and pointed at him and words of threat being said by Mr. Torres, but he's also afraid of danger and life-threatening behavior in terms of shooting the gun at Mr. Armando Lopez's cousin and Nolan Bryant. So we have 2 forms of self-defense going on, his own life and protecting his friends. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we believe that self-defense has been shown here. When self-defense is introduced in a court of law, obviously it's part of the burden of proof of the prosecutor to disprove self-defense. It hasn't been disproved in this case. This case should not be bound over from the defense perspective. We think self-defense has been established and ask that you dismiss these charges of second-degree murder, carrying a concealed weapon, and felony firearms. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I would just say that in order to believe Mr. Cripp's argument, you have to accept the defendant's statement with 100% credibility. You'd have to accept Mr. Bryant's testimony with 100% credibility. And quite frankly, that has not been established. We know that Mr. Torres was shot 3 times. The defendant does not act as a person would likely act in the factual scenario that he's created. After shooting Mr. Torres, he flees. He hides or gets rid of the gun. He gets rid of his phone. He claims he loses it. Then when he is ultimately arrested by the police, he gives a false story to the police where he denies having anything to do with shooting Mr. Torres. He still makes this self-defense argument, but claims some unknown person, maybe his cousin might have been the person who shot. And then after he's given a polygraph, then he changes his mind and decides to admit that he was the person who shot Mr. Torres. But ultimately, it is a question for a trier of fact whether or not they credit Mr. Torres's, I'm sorry, the defendant's statement that he was acting in self-defense, or on the other hand, whether they believe that although Mr. Torres may have been armed, he did not rack the gun, he did not have an argument, he did not threaten anyone, but instead, after he was shot numerous times by the defendant out by his car, he was able to run back into the driveway where a gun fell out of his clothing or fell out of his hand. But in any event, there is a question of fact about whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. But I don't believe on this record that that the record shows that the case should be denied based on this question of fact for a trier of fact.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. I think self-defense question in this case is a question for the trier of fact. I'm gonna send it downtown for that to happen. AOI date is December 27 at 9 a.m. Anything as to bond, gentlemen? Hearing nothing, bond will be continued. Good luck downtown, Mr. Colon.
I believe the bond right now, Judge, is 20,000, 10%, I mean, 20,000 cash. That's right.
I think it's 200,000 cash or surety.
Yes. Well, we would ask for a reduction in the bond, Your Honor, in this matter. You said it's 200,000 cash?
I originally set it 100,000 cash or surety with GPS tether, and it looks like on August 2/23, it was changed to 200,000 cash or surety.
Right. At that point in time, I believe we were in front of Judge Martin, and the bond was reduced to 200,000, 10%.
Not what it says.
I understand. Then I got received a call the next day to get back on Zoom, and the bond was changed. She said she made a mistake. She meant to say 200,000 cash, although she said 200,000, 10% the day before. So I think you're right. It's 200,000 cash right now. My client has strong family support in this matter. You can see that there is a viable defense to be raised later at trial that my client will be raising. So we're asking for the 10% provision.
People.
Your Honor, I'm objecting. This issue's been argued at least 3 times. It was also argued when we had the competency hearing. Nothing has changed at this point, other than the fact that now there's a finding that probable cause does exist to believe that these crimes have been committed. I would object to any bond reduction.
We'll leave bond as is, one more week. Good luck downtown, Paul.
What's the arraignment date, Judge?
Next Wednesday.
Thank you. Yeah.